ça c'est pas possible.
J'avais juste l'impression que de NCP était aussi
Oui,
et
c'est
le
ça.
ton, parfois, le ton des questions n'était pas posé en tant que je suis NCP, je pose la question pour pouvoir répondre. C'était
Aussi, oui, ça.
Mannaggia Paolo, mon Dieu. Ça fait énormément de temps que je ne le vois pas. J'ai le temps d'aller dire bonjour ou pas?
Oui, possible.
Oui.
Yes, here.
Are we using the downside?
Power. Enough power. Good. Very good morning to everyone joining the event here in the room and also remotely. On behalf of the European Commission and DG Home, co-chairing the Europe Cluster 3, Terrorism Europe Cluster 3, I'd like to warmly welcome you to this event today. We are organizing it in a hybrid format, giving us all the possibility to interact both in the room and also remotely. All potential feedback you need and explore all the networking opportunities that we are offering today to then submit good applications for 2023 topics. This year's Cluster 3 work program has been very carefully prepared to address precisely the current and future challenges related to cybersecurity. We added 50 million to the work program in March to enable more research regarding to cybersecurity. And in this endeavor, we also got interest already, and we are very eager to looking forward to your work in submitting applications to the work. Over the years, EU funded research on cybersecurity has demonstrated its impact. It's added value in the security field, and we need to continue to have this strong impact in order to increase the EU's resilience and resilience infrastructures to prepared in case of natural or man-made disasters, strengthen over-the-border surveillance, cybersecurity, and also continue the fight against terrorism and crime. I will be stopping here and give a short introduction to leave some time also having welcoming remarks. But before that, let me set aside the Network of National Partners for Civil Society areas of Europe for the organization today and also of the so thank you all for your attention, for your participation. And with this, I will pass the floor to Miguel Sanchez from DG Connect. Miguel, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me there? Can you hear me? Can you please confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Apologies. Good morning. Apologies, I had quite a few connection problems. I don't think you can actually see me because I couldn't set up my camera. So apologies for that. I will try to sort this later, but I would like to keep you waiting anymore. So I am Miguel Sancho, Head of Unit for Cybersecurity Technology and Capacity Building at DG Connect. And well, I would like to welcome you to this day, and just to well, from my side, I can encourage potential proposers to go forward with proposals. It is a very it's a very different time for cybersecurity. You read the news, you know what's happening. It is important to constantly keep investing in research and new development. So therefore, the Horizon Europe program remains essential for the overall policy on European policy and cybersecurity. But it is part of a bigger effort that is made up of other programs as well, of the funding program, such as the Digital Europe program. By the way, I would like to also inform for those that didn't know, there's calls open under the Digital Europe program at the moment for cybersecurity proposals. That is not about research.
Hello. Yes. Miguel, we lost you.
Yeah, it's not my day, I would say. I don't know where you lost me, and I will take therefore too much time either. I was saying my message. I will repeat it again, which is important. I stressed the importance of research in the area of cybersecurity, but I also wanted to stress the linkage with other instruments that exist at European level to promote cyber resilience and cybersecurity more broadly. With that, I wanted to refer to other programs that exist, in particular the Digital Europe program for innovation and uptake, for which there are calls currently open for proposals. And I would like also to refer to different legislative initiatives, legal initiatives at European level and policy initiatives that those that are planning to present proposals should take also into account, as it is mentioned in the work program, because in this area we are somehow to market in that we have to go very fast, so the results of research are expected to yield to be applicable in not so long from now. With that, I would like to stop here for my side. Again, all the best with the ideas and with the proposals to be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Miguel. I will now pass the floor to Katia Repel from DGRTD online as well.
Yes, hello, good morning, and welcome also on behalf of DG Research and Innovation. I would just like to remind you of two things: a midterm review of Horizon Europe and a very quick update on where we are with the participation of UK and Switzerland, which I think for all those of you who are planning to prepare proposals, this is quite important. The midterm review of Horizon Europe, the interim evaluation will analyze the first results of the research and innovation actions funded in the period from 21 to 23. It will consider all components of the program, including the European partnerships, missions, and also the European Institute of Technology and Innovation. You may remember that there was a public consultation which covered both the post-evaluation of Horizon 2020 and the interim evaluation of Horizon Europe. The consultation closed in February, and the results are now available online if you want to read a little bit into that. The evaluation report of the Commission, which will also draw on thematic studies, should be published in the first quarter of 2025. It will also be informed by a high-level group which will be created and which will also give some food for thought for the next research framework program. The report of that high-level group will be published by the end of 2024. Then, regarding UK and Switzerland and the update on the potential association to Horizon Europe, regarding the UK, following the adoption of the Windsor framework in March this year, the EU and UK relaunched the talks on UK association to Horizon Europe. So far, the Commission has not yet received a proposal from the UK representatives, and unfortunately, after succeeding rounds of negotiations, progress has remained rather slow. We will provide you with additional information as soon as negotiations will lead to more concrete decisions. Regarding Switzerland, as you may be aware, Switzerland is currently not associated to Horizon Europe. Since the beginning of the program, it has been participating as a so-called high-income third country. Access to Horizon Europe is part of the ongoing exploratory discussions on the future of the overall EU-Swiss relationships. If the Commission obtains a mandate by the Council to negotiate the association of Switzerland to Horizon Europe by the end of this year, the negotiations can be launched in early 2024, thus taking into account all technical steps we would possibly expect the association in late autumn 2024, the very earliest. And with that, I hand back to Nicolas and wish you very interesting, informative info day today, and look forward to the many questions that you hopefully have. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Katia. And I will now pass the floor to Valérie Bricola from the Research Executive Agency.
Thank you, Nicolas. A warm welcome from my side as well.
on behalf as well of my colleagues of the European Research Executive Agency. I am Valeria Bricola. I am the head of unit Secure Societies that is behind the implementation of a large part of the program. I see many familiar faces in the room, but a warm welcome also to the new ones and all those who are following from the office or from home. I will be very short because the day will be long and full of many presentations, quite detailed, given by our colleagues from the REA and the Commission. Do not hesitate to ask questions. This is the moment, and it's as well the moment for you to gather, to speak among you, to network. Seren 5 will help you, will facilitate this as well, especially during the day of tomorrow. Just three short keywords from my side, if this can be of guidance for the drafting of your proposal in the upcoming months. The first keyword is challenge driven, because this is a key characteristic of our program. What does it mean? It means that we want you to respond through the outcome, concrete outcome of your project to the challenges that the European citizens are facing, and for you to be of support of the practitioners, the end users. And practitioners is indeed the second keyword I would like to underline, because much more than in other programs of Horizon Europe, they are a pillar of your project. So do not hesitate to involve them properly. There are specific also eligibility criteria in the different topics. So if on one hand the goal is challenge driven, on the other hand practitioners are key, you understand the impact that altogether we can make on society. And society is the third keyword and last one that I would like to underline. So it is the recommendation for you to properly include civil society in your consortia, for example, voilà, as part of the group, but also involve them in your work, for example, via target groups that could disseminate the outcome of your project to the large public. This is to say that we do not want the results of your project to remain on the bookshelves, like our director mentioned a couple of weeks ago. On this, I close here. I recommend you making good use of your national contact points. We had a very inspiring and useful information day with them yesterday, so they are there to guide you, to respond to your questions. Use them properly. And I wish you all a very informative information day and all success for your applications.
Thank you, Valeria. So we will now start the day, and I will hand over the moderation role to Martin Übeler from European Commission, and then we will go for the first presentation. So Martin.
Yeah. So good morning. Good morning to the colleagues in the room. Good morning to people online. I think we have many people following online. So my name is Martin Übelher. I'm the deputy of Nicolas in this unit in DG Home, managing civil security research. So as said, today is about reaching out to potential participants, encouraging broad participation in our 2023 calls. And then, as was said, we have also this matchmaking event facilitated by Seren 5 tomorrow. So it will be a long day of presentations and of question and answer sessions following those presentations. So all participants, both in the room and online, when you want to ask questions, we use the Slido tool. I'm sure you are familiar with Slido, so you go on www.slido.com. Either you can use a PC or a smartphone, and you insert the code of the event The code is #CL3 InfoDay. You can see this on the slide now as well. And write your question there. We will collect the questions from Slido, and they will be passed on to me or whoever is moderating at that moment, and we will ask the presenters to address the questions. And then, so Slido is our main tool for asking questions, and then later on we can also see if there's time to pass around the microphone. So much for the logistics. We now start with the first set of presentations, and that's kind of general information on Cluster 3 in Horizon 2023. And I have the pleasure to give the floor to Cristina Longo and then Davide Brizzolara from REA.
Thank you very much, Martin. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. We prepared this presentation for you as co-coordinators of the Research Executive Agency in Unit C2 to help you draft excellent proposals, so winning proposals. It's a quite long presentation, but we really hope that this will help you understand the rules and procedures and how to prepare your proposals. So let's start with the first slide. Here we just summarized the calls that will be published this year in few days on the 29th of June. As you know, we have 6 calls in total, including also increased cybersecurity that is managed by the colleagues in DG Connect. This year will be covering 20 topics for a total budget of 177.2 million euros. The calls are fighting crime and terrorism, border management, resilient infrastructures, disaster resilient societies, and strengthened security research and innovation, and as I said before, increased cybersecurity. Now here we want to show you a little bit the timeline of the main steps of the evaluation. So we published the work program in March, and the calls, as I said, will be open as of 29th of June. The deadline for submitting your proposals is the 23rd of November, and then we will start our evaluation. So first of all, there will be a remote evaluation of the proposals, of course, by using independent external experts, as you know very well. Then there will be a consensus phase in January, where the experts will sit together and will discuss their opinions to find a consensus, followed by panel meetings to ensure consistency across all the reports. And then after the scientific evaluation is finalized, we will organize the ethics review concerning the winning proposals, let's say the proposals selected for funding. And in parallel will be also the security scrutiny organized. With the aim to finalize everything by April 2024, when we will inform the applicants about the results and the program committee. So that we will be able to start the grant agreement preparation in April and to finish in July, where the projects will start. Now, we would like to give you more information about what we do and what the experts do in terms of evaluation to give you the possibility to understand how to optimize your proposals, to respond to what we ask. So first of all, when we receive the proposals, we start with the admissibility and eligibility check. This is done on all the proposals received. It's the first step, and it's a very important step. All the proposals, of course, that are not admissible and or eligible will be discarded and will not continue through the process of evaluation. So first of all, let's see who's eligible for funding. These rules change. It's like the same of the previous years. So, of course, EU member states are eligible for funding. And then we have the non-EU countries, which are associated countries to the Horizon Europe. They are eligible by default, such as the low and middle income countries. And if there are other countries indicated in the work program, which is not our case. And then you have the specific case of affiliated entities established in countries eligible for funding, some EU bodies, and international organizations, which qualifies for exceptional funding. We will see later what this means. In our work program, we have an exception in terms of eligibility that I invite you to remember concerning Infra 0101. For this topic, the eligibility is restricted only to EU member states. So this means that even the associated countries will not be allowed to participate. So all the proposals should not include any other countries than EU member states, otherwise the proposal will be declared ineligible. Then there is a specific case of UK that was already mentioned in the opening by the colleague from RTD. So for the moment, the situation is as of last year. So until we have different official information, we will allow UK to participate, of course, in the proposals, and then the situation will be re-evaluated for the proposals that will be selected for funding. In that case, if UK is officially an associated country, will be treated like this. Otherwise, it will be considered a third country. In terms of activities eligible for funding, of course, the activities that we want you to carry out are indicated in the topic and in the work program. However, it is very, very important to consider that we do not fund any kind of military application. So your proposal should really have an exclusive focus on civil applications. This will be also, this concept will be reinforced by Davide when I will be presenting later on, but it is very, very important to take this into account. And of course, there are a list of activities that are not eligible that you can see in this slide. Now, in terms of eligibility conditions for the consortium composition, we have two main rules concerning research and innovation actions, and coordination and support activities. So for the first type of actions, we request you to have at least one independent legal entity established in a member state, and then at least two other independent legal entities from either another member state or an associated country. Instead, for coordination and supporting action, we need you to have only one independent legal entity established either in a member state or in an associated country. And in this respect, in our work program, there is only one coordination and support action, which is SSRI 0101. As you may have seen in the general annexes to the work program, Horizon Europe, for coordination and support actions, international organizations and third countries are excluded. Now, this is a very important slide that we added this year specifically because we learned from the exercise of eligibility and admissibility checks from last year, and we want to explain to you very well to avoid further mistakes this year. Affiliated entities and associated partners that can join the consortium are not considered beneficiaries because they don't sign the grant agreement, so they do not count toward the eligibility condition. They can participate, they are welcome, but if you include them to be counted for the eligibility condition, this is a mistake. Okay, so only real beneficiaries can count toward the eligibility condition. Another mandatory point that we want you to consider, especially this is especially important for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education establishments from member states and associated countries. They must have a gender equality plan in place. For the moment, at submission level, we just ask you, the members of the consortium, wherever relevant, to tick the box of the self-declaration to say, yes, I have a gender equality plan. But then when there will be the grant agreement preparation phase for the proposal selected for funding, we will go into more details to understand if this is really true or not. But at the submission level, you just need to tick the box. These were like the eligibility conditions as the general eligibility conditions. Now we move on to the additional eligibility conditions that are defined in the Cluster 3 work program. So we invite you to check carefully each topic because in each topic there is, let's say, a specific part of the text that is dedicated to this, and it is very important to make your proposal eligible. So reads especially what kind of practitioners are must be included in your proposal, and pay attention also to the notes where it's indicated, because there we try to explain to you what we mean with the definitions that we put in the text. So we say police authority. Maybe it is not fully clear to you what we mean. There are notes, and that should be read by you and carefully. We can tell you that the majority of the proposals that are excluded from the evaluation at the eligibility level is because do not fulfill this kind of requirements. Okay, so it's very, very important. And for this, when you apply in CEP, you can download, you have to download an annex that is there for you. And this is a very important annex that we see that applicants still have some issues in filling it in. They probably think that it's not an integral part of the proposal. Instead, it is. Because here you can really explain to us and to the experts how you fulfill the requirement, how you fulfill the additional eligibility conditions. So, which partners in your consortium can be classified as practitioners that we want. And you can also indicate the role of these practitioners. And this will facilitate our life, but also yours, because it will be immediately visible how you fulfill the requirement. So we really invite you to use this table to make sure that that what you put here correspond to what we request in the work program. Now, some advice and lessons learned about the additional eligibility conditions. So I basically said already this, presenting the table, but to reiterate, so if we ask for a first responder, you have to have a first responder, okay? We see sometimes that we ask for a first responder, but in the table we see other kind of practitioners. Then let's say this is not in line with what we request. If we request a police authority, we don't want a training center based in which is linked somehow to the police authority. We really need a police authority. Then you have to really count the number of practitioners that we ask and the countries where they should be based. Okay, do not include practitioners from third countries because they are not from new member states or associated countries. And then, the right level of beneficiaries should be represented. Sometimes, if we ask for a local representative, it's because we need someone local. So, if you include someone at national level, at least indicate the department, the local department that will be really working in the proposal to explain how you meet the criterion. Okay, sometimes we have ministries, which is fine. But it makes it difficult for us if you just put Ministry of Interior, that you do not indicate who locally will work for the project. Now, let's continue. So when we complete eligibility checks, we also perform admissibility checks, okay? And there are rules that you have to respect. Mainly, they are indicated, all of them are indicated in the proposal template. This will be presented by Davide later on. But they are equally important. So, first of all, we check if the application has been submitted before the goal deadline. This is a really strict point. You should not submit the proposal at 5.01. This will be excluded by default by the IT system. Then we have to open your proposal. So it must be complete, readable, accessible, printable. And another important point, you have to have a draft exploitation and dissemination plan, okay, in the proposal. This is another point. This is all indicated in the general annexes and in the proposal template. Then there is another important point, is page limits. We see from time to time that proposals, applicants try to bypass this point and they exceed the limit, the page limit. You have to know that the experts will not read the pages that are that exceed the limit. And the limit is 45 pages for research and innovation actions and innovation actions. If they are not lump sum based topic, if they are lump sum based topic is 50. For CSAs, so in our case for SSRI 0101, is 33 pages if it's lump sum and 30 pages if it's not. Then in addition, when you put a table, figures, references, we have to be able to read them. Okay, so you can squeeze as much as you want, but at certain moments we have to be able to read easily what you write. We know that, let's say, the number of pages is not huge, but we can assure you that you can explain very well what you want to do in your proposal with the given number of pages. Then, as I said, the limit is applied automatically. So whatever you put after the page limit will not be read. Yeah, this already said that. Okay. And this I said already. Yes, this is very important. So really, you have to be able to use well the space that we give to you. Okay, so do not try to fill in all the pages that you have. Really try to explain what you want to do in your proposal and try to be concise and to the point. We really guide you in the template. The template is annotated for each criteria, for each section. You are really guided on what you have to include, and we are sure that with the given number of pages, you can write an excellent proposal. And then again, yeah, on the formatting, this is also very important. We see many times that I said that you don't use let's say, the reference font, which is indicated in the proposal template. So please follow all the instructions that are in the template. And we can move on from this part. So once all these checks are finished, and if your proposal is considered eligible, it will go through the evaluation process. And the second step is the individual evaluation. So in this phase, we assign each proposal to 3 or 5 experts according to the complexity level of the topic. They will read, each of them will read the proposal, will draft individually comments, and will assign the score to your proposal. Then this phase in January will be followed by a consensus phase where the experts that read the proposal will sit together, will discuss their individual opinion to find an agreement, a consensus. That's why we call it consensus phase, to finalize the reports and the score. Then when this is done, we organize panel meetings to ensure consistencies across the reports. Okay, so another set of experts will cross-read all the reports and will make sure that there is consistency. When this is finished, we will have our ranking list, so the winning proposals. At this point, we want to give you more information on how the experts, evaluate the proposals, so the criteria, the additional questions, and the other points that are important for the evaluation. So, as you know, we use three criteria: excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation, which are the same criteria that are indicated in the proposal template. So these criteria are adapted to the type of action. So they are, for instance, the excellent parts you will see later is more complex, let's say, and detailed for the research and innovation actions, and the innovation actions is a little bit lighter for the coordination and support actions. Then inside, in each criterion, there are sub-criteria that are very important because should guide you in the description. So whatever is mentioned in the criterion will be checked by the experts. So if we mention methodology, you have to describe your methodology because the experts will look for it. It's a sub-criterion, so it's something that you should clearly explain in your proposal. Then in the part excellence, you have to explain how you, let's say, fulfill the requirement of open science practices. Okay, this normally is described in the methodology. And you have to pay attention especially to the impact. Okay, so as Valeria said in the beginning, this our program, one of the main principles is like challenge driven. So we really focus our attention on the impact. We want you to describe very well the impact, not in few words, and we guide you to do it. I will explain in the next slide. The quality of the applicants. Quality of the applicants is very important. We do not have anymore, like in Horizon 2020, the separate question that we ask to the experts to check the operational capacity, but the quality of the applicants is now evaluated under implementation. So in that part, you have to explain why the beneficiaries that you included in the consortium are the best. And we also do not consider anymore the management structures. This was something that we did in Horizon 2020. So now it's useless to, let's say, use like the text space that you have to do this because it will not be checked by the experts. So this is, I will not going to read this, but this is like, these are our criteria and sub-criteria. As I said, pay attention, especially to each keywords, because those keywords must be covered by the description of your proposal. And this is for the CSAs. The first step, as I said, the excellence is a little bit lighter in terms of details, and the other criteria are the same. Now, a few words on the impact. So before in H 2020, this section was a little bit more flexible for you to describe how you want to achieve impact that we request in the work program. Now, with Horizon Europe, and given that this is the third year, you should know already, but we want to reiterate the concept. You have to really be precise in these parts and to take into account the scientific impact, societal impact, and the economic impact. This scheme is very, very important to explain to you all the main steps to go from the project results through the outcomes, the impacts, the impact areas, until EC policy priorities. Okay, this is very important and it's available online for you to really understand how to explain to the experts how you want to achieve the impact that is described in few words in the work program. Now, in terms of scoring, thresholds, and weighting, so nothing changed in this respect. So we use this kind of scoring. The range goes from 0 to 5. We don't use half marks. Yes, we use half marks, sorry. And you see here the correspondence between, let's say, the number and what it means in terms of comments. The experts, they always start from the comments. So they really understand what you wrote, they give the comments, and then they check the correspondence. Then they define the final score. So the minimum threshold for each individual criterion is 3, but in total the proposal should get 10 to be above threshold. And normally we don't weight the score, the score, but we have like a different rule for the innovation actions, as you may know. So in that case, impact is a little bit more relevant, more important than excellence. Then, okay, some calls and topics may have different rules, but this is not our case. So let's go back to the evaluation process. So when the experts completed what I described so far, so we will have our ranking list, and so we will proceed with the ethics review and with security scrutiny. This part is also performed by experts, not by the Commission, of course. There will be dedicated presentations on this part. So I just added a few slides, 2 slides, just to remind you of the main principles. So why we do this? Of course, because we want to implement only ethical, let's say, research. And I just want to remind you that we tried to simplify the ethics review in Horizon Europe. So we do not conduct an assessment on all the proposals. We first screen the proposals, and we then proceed with an ethics assessment, always with external experts, only for the proposals where complex and serious issues are identified. But as I said before, this will be further explained by our colleagues in the afternoon. For the security scrutiny, it starts with the self-assessment. So you are invited to fill in the self-assessment in the proposal template, part A. This will be also explained by Davide later on. And we really invite you to pay attention to another annex that you will find in SEP, where you will be invited already to explain to us if you already foresee to have classified information in your project, if you think that there is potential misuse of results, if there are activities subject to national security restrictions. This will not limit your proposal. This is part of the self-assessment. So really try to think of the activities that you are going to implement, and be honest, to the best of your knowledge, and fill in this table, but because it's important, it will be taken into account by the security experts. Now, finally, when also this kind of assessment is completed, we will have the results, final results, including ethics and security. So we will finalize the ranking list and we will inform the applicants. So now this part is completed, so I'll give the floor to Davide. He will explain to you the application template and the evaluation form. Davide.
Thank you very much, Cristina. So, please, next slide. Yeah, indeed. So I will provide in the following slide an overview of the available template that you can download when you apply for the course. And also I will provide to you the point of view of the expert that will assess your proposal. The proposal is composed by 2 parts. Part A, that is web-based, meaning that you need to provide information in the IT system. And the second part, which is more the technical description and the narrative part, that you need to complete as from a doc file, and then upload in the system. It's very important, and I will repeat in the following slide, that you consider the part B also, that you consider the part B also include annexes for security practitioner and the security issue. Going back to the part to the so the Yes, the following slide. Yes, the part A, very good. So the part A is composed by an abstract, the administrative data of the consortium, and the budget table. There are additional information, and it is very important to focus on some of the following points. First of all, there is a researcher table where you need to describe and include the researcher that participate from the organization composing the consortium. This is very important for us and need to be very accurate since the table it is used to calculate the gender balance of the proposal, and this gender balance is used as a criterion to prioritize the proposal when there are ties, when the proposal have the same score. So it's very important that you update the information there and that is aligned with the participant of your proposals. Then you will have also information about, to include information about the role of participating organization, to provide a self-declaration on the gender equality plan, an ethics self-assessment, a security questionnaire, and also you can include information about the previous activity that the participant carried on related to on the topics related to the call. Next slide. In the part B, as I mentioned before, there is the technical description of your proposal. Mainly here you need to address this part considering excellence, impact, quality and efficiency of implementation. For this part, a template is given to you. In this template, there are definitions that are provided to ensure that you are all aligned on the same terms, and also there are also extensive explanation on what you should include in each part. For instance, as Christina mentioned before, there are also practical information about the font, about the maximum number of pages, and also there are details about the information that you should include in each of the criteria. Moreover, in this part, you need to, for completing this part, you need also to fill additional annexes that are separate file that you need to download and fill. The information on security issue, the information about security practitioner, and when applicable, the lump sum table. Again, please ensure that these are uploaded once you submit the proposal with the part B, and also that the information there are coherent with the rest of the part B that of the rest of the description, the technical description that you provide. Now, I just want to give to you an overview of what actually the expert assessing your proposal are checking when they are evaluating it. First of all, they consider the main, the three evaluation criteria, again, excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. And then they need to reply to some additional questions, such as the scope of the application. So if the proposal corresponds to the topic description against which it has been submitted, exceptional founding, activity excluded for founding, the exclusive focus of civil application, and artificial intelligence. I will detail better in the following slide important aspect about this question. So let's start with exceptional founding. Indeed, as also Christina mentioned before, third countries participant and international organizations that are not listed in the general annex to the main work program may exceptional receive funding, but that need to be, let's say, approved and assessed by the expert. So during the evaluation, the expert provide their evaluation. And they can agree to give funding to these exceptionally to third countries or to international organization if there is an added value from their participation. Meaning, if they bring outstanding competence, for instance, if they can guarantee the access to research infrastructure, to particular geographical environments or to data, or again, for instance, if they can, that means involving key partners in emerging markets. It's very important that it's not an added value for you to self-declare as international organization. So be sure that if you are not an international organization, that is not something that you need to tick just because it's giving an added value to you. That could indeed complicate more your position because we need to assess if that funding is really valuable or not.
Yeah, maybe a few words on this. Yes, because we noticed in the past years that some entities flag themselves as international organizations, maybe with the idea that this will give them like more value, but it's not, because actually then it's an organization based in Belgium, we do not consider anymore that they are an organization from EU member states. They become international organizations, and they have to request exceptional funding. So it is more complicated for the entity. So given that we notice this in some proposals, please take this into account, that it's not an added value to say I am an international organization. And anyway, this will be checked by the validation office during the grant agreement phase. So it is just giving us more complication, because then we have to ask for the exceptional funding to the experts, and in most of the cases they say no, they do not bring any added value because they are not international organizations. So it's something important to take into account.
Thank you, Christina. Indeed, we can go back to the slide. I have still 2 points to mention about indeed the exclusive focus on civil application. The experts need also to assess that the content and the activity that you present in your proposal are exclusive focus on civil application. So the expert will provide their opinion, and they will ask to remove activities that they do not have an exclusive focus on civil application. That means that your proposal then need to be assessed without these activities, and that could lead to a lower score. So be careful to focus exclusively on civil applications. And that is the only point to where the expert will assess this point. I complete now my presentation with a mention on artificial intelligence. Indeed, there is also a point that the expert needs to assess about the robustness of artificial intelligence. In some of the proposal, maybe artificial intelligence is involved. For instance, for the use or the development of artificial intelligence-based system or techniques, and that the expert need to assess the robustness of the proposed artificial intelligence systems. If there is this use of artificial intelligence, then this will be is mandatory, assessed, and some comments will be included in the excellence criterion. For you, in order to better understand, let's say, what we consider as robustness, I would like to refer to the ethic guidance for trustworthy artificial intelligence that have been released by the Commission, and that is, I think, the main documents where you can find definition about robustness of artificial intelligence systems. I completed, I think, my slide. I give back then the floor to Christina for some words about the cross-cutting aspect.
Thank you, Davide. Okay, so we talk about what is evident from the work program, what it is really something obvious that you have to do in the end. So excellence, impact, and what is written in the work program. But then there are also cross-cutting issues that you have to take into account, and they are very important because the experts will be invited by us to assess also this in your proposal, if you address them well or not. So the main cross-cutting issues that we include in our work program, and you can understand from the topic description where this is relevant, but we will give to you the precise reference to the topics today where these aspects must be included in the proposal. So the first one is the gender dimension in research and innovation, which is not gender balance, of course, but it's really a gender dimension, and the impact of what your proposal is developing in terms of gender. Then social sciences and humanities, which refers mainly to, let's say, the interdisciplinarity aspects that you can cover in your proposal. So if you develop technology, you should not focus only on the development of the technology, but you should also consider the impact, for instance, of this technology on the society, on a special category of people, etc. We have public documents for you to understand what we mean with gender dimension, with social science and humanities that you can read and take into account to prepare your proposal. And then there is another aspect that is mainly important for us in the DRS topics, as we will see, and it's the international cooperation. So to involve as much as possible key partners at international level, so not only at local level in Europe, but also international. So let's see the first one, the gender dimension in research and innovation. So as I said, you should address the gender dimension in your research by integrating this aspect in your research. This is mandatory for some of our topics, which are basically all but this one. Okay, so basically our approach with Horizon Europe is that by default all the topics are gender relevant, but some are excluded and just a few. As you can see, only 4 topics in our program are not relevant, where basically it's not mandatory for you to take this aspect into account. So the experts will assess this. Will assess if you consider this in your proposal. Sorry, there is an animation that I didn't remove. And this can make the difference for your proposal, because it's maybe it's not like a 0.5 score, but it can make the difference because imagine there are 2 proposals equally, I would say excellent, but one took this aspect into account better than the other. This can determine the winning proposal. So it's important to take it into account. And not only gender, but also SSH in the following topics. So these are the topics where we really need you to take these aspects into account. Okay, so interdisciplinarity, social science, associated, interlinked, and integrated with technology development. Then, as we said before, there is a third aspect, which is international cooperation, and this is relevant in the disaster resilient society, the topics that you see in the slide. So here it is not mandatory, okay, but it is you are really strongly invited to take this into account because when DG Home wrote the work program, they thought that there are key partners out there that you should involve because they will make your proposal excellent. Now, another aspect that I added in this proposal and that is quite new in our work program and that for which we think that you need more guidance according also to what we saw last year is the lump sum based topics. Okay, so as you can see, there are more topics of this kind this year, and we can already tell you that this is the directions that we are taking more and more, at least for the moment. So it is becoming important and that you understand well what we want from the applicants in this respect and how to prepare an excellent proposal for these topics. First of all, why we want this? We want lump sum based topics because we really want to focus on the substance of the proposal and the project when it's implemented, and not to really spend too much effort and focus too much when it's not needed on the financial aspects. Okay, so first of all, why to use this? As I said, to focus on scientific aspects and to reduce the administrative burden for us, but also for you. Because in this case, you will define your table in the beginning, and you have to make an effort there to define well the budget breakdown in this table. And then this aspect will be accepted and it will not be checked in during the life of the project. Okay, so what we want from you. We want you to define the lump sum, but we want to treat your proposal as a normal proposal, okay? Not to exceed, let's say, your attention, to pay attention in this part and forget about the rest. You have to describe your proposal as usual, like for the other proposals which are not lump sum based. But in addition, you have to think ahead and you have to define as of now how you want to distribute the resources among the partners, how you want to use them, how you want to allocate the resources to the packages in details, okay? And this must be justified, this must be reasonable. We know that it's just in the beginning, that you don't have all the details, but it is very important that you try to think ahead and you allocate the resources and the budget in a reasonable way. Yeah, of course, the proposals will go through the evaluation process that I described so far. Okay, there will be no difference. In addition, the experts will be invited to assess also the budget table. What is important for you to understand is that uh, we pay, let's say, lump sum based projects at the completion of the work packages. Okay, when a work package is completed, and we think that you completed it well, we pay for that work package. So when you prepare your proposal, uh, work package is typically lasting from the beginning until the end of the project, like the project management work package or the dissemination work package, should be split in some reasonable parts according to the project, because otherwise you will not be paid for these work packages. Okay, but this will not should not lead to like splitting the work packages in pieces which do not make sense. You have to be reasonable. So technical part should be like split reasonably in work packages related to the deliverables, the timing of submissions, and so on. You have just to pay attention to the typical work packages that last for the entire duration of the project. There, you have to cut them, okay, to be paid. Because what we want is a work plan that is effective. It should not become something nonsense just to be paid along the duration of the project. So, how do you communicate this budget breakdown to us? There will be in all the topics lump sum based, detailed budget table that you will be requested to download, to fill in, and to upload. You cannot submit your proposal if you do not upload this table. Please try to really pay attention to the table. It's very easy to fill in and a project manager should understand how to fill in this proposal, because normally, even if we do not ask this in the beginning at the proposal level, a good project coordinator should have this information at hand to manage the project. So there are different parts of the tables that you will be guided to fill in. There is one page with detailed instructions to guide you. And basically, you have to make cost estimations for each cost category for your project. So, as I said, these are all the sections that you will find in the lump sum budget table. And the first page is a page that gives you like lot of information on how to fill it in. Okay, and it is nothing really different from what a coordinator should do. Okay, there are pages that are for each beneficiary, and then there are the summary pages. But please, you have to fill in everything because this will be checked carefully by the experts. Now, let's see what the experts will check and how they can judge, they can assess your table. So, first of all, they will check the cost estimations, the use of resources, and they will try to understand if what you propose it makes sense, if it's reasonable. They cannot go into so many details. For instance, if you plan to spend 10,000 euros for traveling along the duration of the project, nobody will say, "Ah, no, it should be 9,000 euros." Okay, it's too difficult and it's not needed. Okay, so it must be reasonable. Of course, if you say, "I will spend 200,000 euros," and there is no explanation in the proposal to justify this, the experts will not accept it and will raise the issue. And what kind of issues they can raise? They can raise two types of issues. Small issues, details that they can understand already that should be corrected. In this case, they will make precise recommendations that will be in the report, will become contractual obligations, and during the grant agreement phase, the proposal will be adapted. So those recommendations will have to be included in your proposals. And this is important to understand. This will not change the score of the proposal because whatever can be corrected easily will be corrected and will not influence the score. But if there are significant shortcomings, so something really unreasonable that cannot be changed easily, where they cannot intervene in a clear way to make the proposal, let's say, acceptable from this point of view, in that case, they will lower the score and they will make a comment on this to, let's say this part is really nonsense, and then there will be, of course, the consequence, there will be an impact on the score of the project. But this is really for, let's say, big issues. And another thing that they can do is they can suggest also to decrease the lump sum amount if they think that it's too much. If some parts are overestimated and it's nonsense, they can suggest this. But for sure, they cannot request to increase the lump sum. So this is impossible. They can also suggest to reallocate some parts of the resources amongst beneficiaries if they think that it's not in line with the proposal. And on this basis, the lump sum amount will be modified, as I said before, during the grant agreement preparation. Now, what is important, and this is one of the last points that I want to mention for you, is that you understand that there is no perfect lump sum budget table per se. Okay, it is, let's say, always linked to the project. So it's useless to ask. We see sometimes the applicants ask us, can you tell us the ideal work package, the distribution of resources? No, because it depends on the proposal. Okay, it depends on the activities that you want to complete. And then you have to describe well the work plan to achieve the activities that must make sense. And then it comes easily. When you have a good work plan, it is easy then to define resources and who will be doing what and how much money you need. Okay, so this is our advice. Now, there are some final tips that we want to give you before closing this section. And this is basically a recap of the main points that we mentioned this morning. So, first of all, eligibility, admissibility. Check carefully the topic, check carefully the general eligibility, admissibility conditions. Don't try to bypass this point like by cheating, because we will check it carefully and your proposal will be considered ineligible. Read well the topic description. Okay, all the keywords are there. Today, our colleagues will explain to you even more what really the Commission wants in terms of research, and so read carefully the topic description. Then The proposal template is an annotated template, so all the instructions are there. So please follow the instructions, okay? Everything is there. Then the annexes. After it is like, it's been 2 years and we still see empty annexes. We still receive the table of practitioners empty. Okay, so this is really something that makes our life and also your life complicated, because you could really be considered ineligible if you don't explain well how you fulfill the eligibility conditions. We give you a certain number of pages where you have to focus on the research, on what you want to achieve with your proposal. So we give you the possibility to explain this part in an annex. Use it, and this will help us and you. And of course, address the selection criteria properly, respect the page limits. Otherwise, for instance, we see from time to time that the scientific references, they are like somewhere else, not in the proposal, or there is a link that, like leads somewhere else. The references will not be considered. And in a research and innovation action, you know that it's very important. So find the space to organize, to put them within the page limits, because otherwise they will not be considered. Then, of course, be clear in the description of your proposal and in what you want to achieve and how. Choose well your consortium. Tomorrow there will be also the brokerage event where you can meet other people, you can discuss. There is the community of users that you can take into account to find your best partners, but choose them on the basis of the project needs. Okay. And you pay attention to impact. As I said before, this is very important, especially for innovation actions, because this is more important than excellence. Try to submit the proposal not at the very last moment, because every year we receive like desperate requests, like just after the end of the deadline, but we cannot accept in any case unless there is a technical problem on our side and we have like technicians that check this very well. We cannot accept any delay. Final slide. This is very important. Whenever you have a question, the main challenge, and I would say the unique channel that you should use, is the research inquiry service. Okay, we take this very important. Okay, in a very important way. We always try to reply as soon as possible, always in consultation with the GOM. So please consider it. We will share the link with you and ask your questions via the research inquiry service. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for the long presentation, but we really hope it will be helpful for you.
Indeed. Thank you, Christina. We're already running a bit behind time, but I think this was very important. This is really the key of the matter. Let's take, nonetheless, a few minutes for
there are some questions.
I think this will be important.
Okay.
So you're looking at the slide yourself?
Yes.
Okay, there is a question on ethics. The question is, could you elaborate on the expectations and what to stress in ethics and security for cluster 3 proposals? So on this, I will not say more because really we have 2 presentations on this. You will be able to ask all your questions and understand all the details related to these 2 aspects. So another one on military applications. Yeah, it seems that military application will not be funded. Yes, I confirm this. So we will check very carefully if there are military applications included in the proposals, and whenever possible, the military applications will be, this part will be removed from the proposal. But if the fact that we remove this part from the proposal will affect the proposal, will lower the score, the proposal will not be funded. Okay, so really only exclusive focus on civil application. Then I think we will share the slides. We will share the slides with you after the meeting with all the links. Then another question is security practitioners go under part A or part B? Security practitioners go in part A and part B, and especially in the annex. Okay? In part A, you have to describe all the legal entities. So anyway, in any, all the beneficiaries and the associated partners, affiliated entities, they must be in part A in terms of legal entities, administrative information. Then in part B, you have to describe what they do and why they are important for your proposal. And in the annex, you have to describe how they fulfill the eligibility condition. So yeah, they go in both parts. Advisory board. If your project comes with an advisory board, do their members have to be registered as consortium member or associated entities partners? No, the advisory board can be a group of experts that you define in your proposal. You can have an ethics advisory board, you can have a security advisory board, you can be requested from the results of the ethics and security reviews to include in your proposal ethics and security advisory board. And you can have a scientific advisory board, but they can be experts that you will pay as experts, okay, working for your project to check from time to time your results, to participate in meetings. They don't need to be a legal entity that is officially part of the consortium. Of course, if you want, you can, but this is also like a little bit of conflict of interest. I mean, the scientific advisory board should be somehow independent, and so you should get on board someone that will bring a fresh view from outside, so not someone that is already sitting in the consortium. Yeah. Do you have questions here from the audience, or you also use the Slido just in case to understand? Please.
If Frontex will be included, what is their status? Are they international organization? Are they allowed at all? So if you can clarify that.
Thank you. Martin will
Yeah, no,
answer.
thank you for the question. Let's park the question because we will have Frontex on stage later this morning. Okay, it's a very pertinent question. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's okay. The other questions, I think I replied during the presentation, or we can reply offline. Okay, we'll send reply offline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Then let's move swiftly to the next block, which is legal and financial aspects. And so we start with Juan Pedro Castro and Adriana Fotescu, also from the same team in REA.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Juan Pedro Castro. I'm a legal officer in REA. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was saying my name is Juan Pedro Castro. I'm a legal officer in REA Unit C2, working in safeguarding a secure society. I will be presenting with my colleague Adriana Fotescu, a financial officer, and we will be talking about legal aspects and also financial aspects of participation in the program. So we will be going through very swiftly what the grant agreement preparation phases, what the grant agreement is, the process of registration and validation, what to do with the participant register, and how validation and FCA, financial capacity assessment, works. And finally, we will be looking at third parties and their participation. The grant agreement preparation phase is, you will be familiar with it because we just My colleague just mentioned it in the previous presentation. It's divided into several phases. We have the submission, proposal evaluation, and the grant agreement preparation, and finally the signature of the grant and the accession and the start of the project. There is a period of 5 months from call closure until the applicants are informed about the results, and we have 8 months between the call deadline and the actual signature of the grants. This is a very important date. We give reminders, we send reminders to consortia while negotiating the gap phase, so that we are able to actually sign in time. So the model grant agreement, this is the document that it's actually was created at a higher level. It's used by not only the executive agency, but also other services and DGs in the Commission. And this is the document that will protect your rights, explain your obligations, and it will determine the amount of funding that you will get. So this is basically what we need to refer to every time we find an issue or we want some further explanations of how the project will work at a legal level. Your rights will be determined by these documents. You will own the results. You will have to go through the document to see how to ask for an amendment. Your obligations in terms of submission of deliverables will be also explained in the document, and the amount of funding will be explained. And also, if some of the obligations are not fulfilled, this funding might be decreased. So it's the angular stone of our relationship. Let's call it like that. This grant agreement is divided into several sections. We have a general chapter, the action, with a description of the action, the grant, implementation, and so on and so forth. And this document comes together with several annexes. And these annexes are what we will be discussing mostly during the grant agreement preparation and also throughout the life of the project. So we have the description of the action divided into part A and part B. We have the accession forms that will be needed for all the beneficiaries. We have the financial statements that you will need to use as a base and submit to us. And then we have Annex 5 with specific rules applying to the different calls. Now, the gap is followed by registration and validation. We need to register in order to participate. We need a PIC number, and we need you to go through the validation service, which is a service located also in the Research Executive Agency that works for the whole program and also some other different funding programs other than Horizon Europe. The registration is very simple. Everything is explained on the portal, and you will need to go through it. You will need to register your organization. You will need to nominate a legal entity appointed representative, and you will need to submit all the financial documents through the portal. This is very important. If all participants are not registered, they will not be able to. We will not be able to sign. So we need to be on top of this throughout the grant agreement preparation phase. Now, you need to create, as I was saying, a user account. All participants must be self-registered, depending on the type of participant, depending if you are a beneficiary or if you are an affiliated entity. The level of registration will be different, and the requirements will be different, but everyone needs to be registered. The validation service will through this registration, we'll basically check the legal existence of your entity through the different documents that you will submit. These can be the decree that creates your entity, or registration at the commercial registry of your country, and for instance, also the VAT extract. There are also other roles that need to be declared. As I mentioned earlier, the LEAR, the legal entity appointed representative. This is the person that will notify the validation service of changes on the legal status of your entity. It will submit FCA documents if so required by the process, and will nominate also the legal representatives and signatories of the organization, and also the person who signs the financial statement. So if you don't have a leader, it will be very difficult to actually be able to follow the whole process. That's why when a consortium is selected, this is the first thing that we inform you about. We ask you to go through this process as fast as possible, so that we can concentrate on the actual content of the description of the action and some other issues. There are not only beneficiaries, participants, there are other entities that will be involved in the project. According to the Horizon Euro program, we have currently the affiliated entity, which has a legal or capital link with the beneficiary. Usually, this can be facilitated to the validation service, and it does work, but it does not, and it does declare cost. Then we have an associated partner that does the work but does not declare cost. This is the situation with certain member states, former member states, for instance, currently, but it might change in the future with the Windsor Protocol. We have subcontractors that do the work and invoice the beneficiary. So the beneficiary is responsible for these entities, and then we have third parties providing contribution that does not do the work but just gives in-kind contribution. These were just a couple of legal elements that you might want to keep in mind. Now I will leave the floor to my colleague.
As Juan Pedro mentioned, this one. I will cover some financial aspects. I'll be referring only to real cost grants, as the lump sum presentation will follow after. So real cost grants mean that you'll be reimbursed based on the cost really incurred, and you will have to keep the supporting documents for corresponding to these costs. The points to cover will refer to the type of action and the corresponding funding rates, to the grant amount, to the budget and budget categories, payments, control, and audits. The corresponding funding rates, depending on the type of action, for research and innovation action and coordination and support action, the funding rate is up to 100%. While for innovation action, the funding rate is up to 70%, except for non-profit legal entities, where this goes also to 100%. Also, the grant amount, as Christina mentioned already, it's fixed in the grant agreement, and this amount it cannot be increased. That is why it's also important already at proposal stage to correctly identify the legal status of the entity, to have the correct funding rate and to have to benefit of the maximum grant amount that can be allowed to you as grant amount. Also, the final grant amount can be a little lower than the grant amount. Is, for instance, some costs are ineligible or there are some errors related to that. The estimated budget in the proposal has to be defined at beneficiary level and also to be split in the main cost categories that we will briefly see. So there is personal costs, contracting costs, purchase costs, other cost category, and indirect costs. These are reflected in the proposal in Annex 1 Part B under resources. So, for instance, for personal costs, it is defined, for instance, per work package and per participant. Regarding the personal costs, or there is an employment contract, can be declared either as actual cost. This is the most common practice. Also, unit costs can be used according to your usual accounting practices. But for SME owners and natural person not receiving a salary, only unit costs are allowed. And these are defined according to Annex 2 to 8. The conditions are described there. Also, it's important to keep the time records and the minimum requirements for time records are defined in the advocated grant agreement. Is considered as an important document also to assess the eligibility or ineligibility of cost. You can find there examples and very detailed situation where you will assess if this cost can be considered and declared as eligible in the project. There is also some budget flexibility. So we are aware that the cost that you foresee at proposal stage can be a little different from what will follow. So there are some transfer allowed and some flexibility between beneficiary or between budget categories. Subcontracting costs has to be based on actual cost only, and they are declared individually for each partner. Purchase costs you have to explain in the proposal what is exceeding 15% of personal costs, starting with the highest cost item and continuing downwards. And purchase costs are all can be only actual costs, declared as actual cost. Other cost categories here, these are declared as unit cost and they are not considered in the base to determine the indirect costs. In-kind contribution in Horizon Europe are applicable only if free of charge, and there is no need to detail them if they are incurred in the premises of the beneficiary. About the payments, depending, it will be always pre-financing, interim, and final payment. The pre-financing will have a different percentage depending on the reporting periods of the project. For instance, a project with 1 or 2 reporting periods have a pre-financing of 80%. Interim payments will be at together with the pre-financing at 90% of the maximum grant amount, and the payment of the balance will be at the end of the project. Regarding control and audits, certification on the financial statement will There will be some elements on the next slide, and there is the possibility that your project will be chosen for an audit. And you have to know that audits are limited for 2 years after the payment of the balance. The certificate on the financial statements, it's for beneficiary having costs higher than 430,000 euro. And it has to be submitted at the payment of the balance. And here you can have some links where you can find, for instance, the annotated model grant agreement, but also other links that are useful on legal, we consider useful on legal and financial side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Pedro and Adriana. We'll take questions later. Now we go to my colleague Andrea Chicos from DGRTD, and she will complement what Rhea said earlier on the lump sums.
Hello, everybody. I am Andrea Chicos. I'm a policy officer in DGRTD in Unit H3, and I will present lump sum. I will share my screen in a bit. Okay. And let me know if you can see it okay. Okay, perfect. So there may be some aspects already covered in the previous presentation, but I hope this overview is still going to be useful when preparing the lump sum proposal. So first thing, why do we use lump sum funding more and more in Horizon Europe? Well, there are three main reasons, in no particular order presented here. So is the financial error rate that needs to be further reduced, and we see lump sum as a main mechanism to achieve that. Then, of course, there is a significant simplification potential because lump sum grants don't need to report actual costs and resources. And this is the main source of errors in actual cost grants. And it is also a major administrative burden both for beneficiaries and the commission services. So by skipping this step, lump sum leads to a simple grant management, and it is easier to use for beneficiaries with limited experience on reporting costs and resources. Then last but not least, we want to achieve a better focus on the scientific and technical content by doing less financial management. Then one particularly important simplification aspect is for the very large number of small entities that participate in the program. This little graph you see on the slide. So on the left side, you can see that there were more than 20,000 individual beneficiaries, unique participants in Horizon 2020 that had only one grant in the 7-year period. And if I count all those that had one or two grants, I come to 3/4 of all unique beneficiaries. And of these small entities, we cannot really expect that they have dedicated structures, the necessary experience, or the administrative capacity to deal with actual costs. So we need a system that works for those small entities that participate rarely. On the right side of the graph, you see a relatively small number of big beneficiaries that have more than 100 grants in one framework program. But they are less than 0.5% of our unique beneficiaries. And generally speaking, the error rate associated with them is lower. But as I said, we need a system that works for everybody participated in the program, and lump sum funding is the model that can lead the way. And now I will present you some basic principles of lump sum funding. The main approach that we follow is that we want to keep the same formula as for actual cost grants. So we use the same templates, we follow the same evaluation criteria, we have the same payment scheme. so pre-financing interim payments and payment of the balance. And we use the same technical reporting templates, although with a focus on the work packages that have been completed. Then the lump sum is divided in more lump sum shares, one share per each beneficiary and each work package. That allows in the end for a simple financing reporting where all you have to do is declare which work package has been completed. And according to the pre-agreed scheme that you see at the bottom of this slide, which will essentially become the financial annex in the grant agreement of a lump sum grant. So we will pay the shares of those work packages that have been completed and agreed as completed. Then when it comes to writing a lump sum proposal, again, many things work in the very same way as they work for in a standard grant. So you have to use the same Horizon Europe application form. You will present the objectives and methodology of your project in exactly the same way. And you, of course, must cover the activities to be implemented in each work package. You are entirely free, as in an actual cost grant, to define the budget of your grant. But what we ask more is more details on the budget. So you will need to provide a detailed budget table that is an Excel file that you will find in the online submission system. So you need to use that template and no other templates available in other parts. Then some more details on the budget table. So you will have to provide cost estimations for each cost category for each beneficiary, resolved per work package. And these cost estimations are going to be approximations of your actual costs. So they don't have to be as accurate as they would be when you report actual costs. They just need to be the best possible estimations that you have at the time of writing your proposal. So they need to be in line with the eligibility rules. In short, any cost item that would be eligible in a standard grant is also eligible in your lump sum grant. And this cost must be in line with your normal practices, and that's the key point. Also for assessments, they must be reasonable and not excessive. This is what experts are going to check afterwards. And of course, they must be in line with the proposed activities and necessary to support them. And this budget table is going to be automatically calculate the lump sum shares. So a breakdown of the lump sum shares is going to be created per work package and per participant. That is going to be to become the annex 2 of the grant agreement. And then for more information on how to fill in the detailed budget table, you can find in the detailed budget table itself. So there is a tab with instructions that I really recommend you read before filling in this table. Now going on, another important thing to keep into account when preparing your lump sum proposal is the work packages. So as I said, one basic principle is that you will be reimbursed for your work once the work packages, the activities in the work package has been completed and declared as such at the end of the reporting period. So on this basis, you might there is possible for you to split the work packages that have a long duration normally, so such as the work package for management or for dissemination and exploitation, and you can do that. So you can split them along the reporting periods, and you don't need to repeat this information in part B of the proposal. You just need to say that there are going to be the same tasks and activities as in the previous work package. But pay attention, if you do split your work package, this split of the activities still need to make sense. So if, the resulting work package still needs to be a major subdivision of the work plan of the project. And coming to evaluation of a lump sum proposal, as I said, we follow the same standard evaluation criteria, so excellence, impact, and implementation. The cost estimation, so the detailed budget table, will be assessed under the implementation criterion, and experts will ensure that your cost estimations are reasonable and non-excessive, and that they allow the completion of activities as you describe them in the proposal. And now it can happen that experts find that some of the costs are underestimated or overestimated or not in line with activities. So in this case, we ask them to make concrete recommendations to change the budget that was suggested, and you will find enough information in your evaluation summary report to make those changes during grant preparation. I have to say that historically we've had few funded grants that needed these changes. So in other words, the majority of the lump sum budget went through as proposed. Now there can also be cases where a lump sum proposal is really flawed and there are major problems with it. But in this case, you would not only get recommendations, but you would have a decreased score, which will of course decrease the likelihood of your proposal to be selected. But again, this is rather an exceptional case. In most cases, if there are recommendations to change the budget, this will not affect the chance of your grant being selected. And in these slides, I want to share with you some resources on lump sums. So we have a dedicated lump sum page on the funding and tenders portal with guidance documents, the list of events that we organized so far. So I really recommend you to check all of these before submitting your proposal. And what comes next? So from work program to 2023, we have a higher page limit for lump sum proposals. So for research and innovation actions and innovation action topics, we increased the page limit from 45 to 50 pages, and for coordination and support actions, we increased from 30 to 33. So this is for you to explain more the work to be done, if you have more work packages, for example. Then we are working on an improved Excel tool for the lump sum budget table. And we will soon publish a series of videos for experts evaluating lump sum proposals. And we also continue to monitor the lump sum grants and make adjustments if necessary. And we had a stepwise phasing of lump sum with only 27 lump sum topics in 2022, and the first significant wave it is starting this year. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Great. Thank you very much to the three presenters. I think we do have questions, particularly on the lump sums.
Yeah, just a few questions if the colleague can answer. So the first one is if the consortium members get pre-financing in lump sum project.
Yes, as I was mentioning, the payment scheme works in really the same way. So you will get a pre-financing at the beginning of the project, and the pre-financing depends on the duration of your project. So if your project has only one reporting period or two reporting periods, the pre-financing is usually 80% of the maximum grant amount. So it's really generous. If your project lasts more, it's going to be a bit less. But yes, in short, you will receive a pre-financing.
Thank you very much. Second question, will it be possible to transfer budget between partners for lump sum projects during the duration of the project?
Yes, it is possible. Again, as in any other grant, so you can either do an amendment to formalize the changes, or if there are some minor changes, yes, minor changes of the budget, you don't need an amendment. But we advise to do an amendment just to make sure that is reflected officially. So yes.
Thank you. And then how many reporting periods are there for lump sum?
The reporting periods depends on each project. So usually the length of a reporting period in Horizon Europe grant is 18 months. So this really depends on how you set your project.
Okay, last, the payments, this we said both of us, but maybe it's better to repeat. The payments for lump sum budget are based on work packages or tasks completion.
So the payments for a lump sum are based on the completion of the activity in a work package. So the work package needs to be completed in order to be paid.
And do they need to report any costs during the or after the project?
No, there's no reporting of costs and resources. So we only need the technical reporting. And as for the financial reporting, this is really simple. You just need to declare which work package has been completed.
Okay, and finally, there is a big fan of lump sum asking why we don't make everything lump sum.
Well,
Finished.
we as I was mentioning, we implement them in a stepwise manner. So we started with only few topics. Now we are increasing, and we will increase them a bit more over the next years. But we also monitor how they're going, and let's see.
Let's see how it goes.
There is only one question for Juan Pedro. If the grant agreement is signed by the coordinator or by all beneficiaries, it takes 1 second to reply.
So the beneficiary signed the grant agreement through the accession form. They need to.
Okay, thanks for this. We have a quick coffee break now. Let's reconvene at 11:40. 10 minutes break.
45 seconds. If it's the long one, it's too long.
before ethics. To the computer. Okay, let's try. Wherever. That's good. Okay, if you could please all take a seat. We will start now. And I would like to give the floor to my colleague Anne Pepin from DGRTD, and we will discuss gender equality provisions and then SSH. But we start with gender equality. Anne, the floor is yours.
Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I will share my screen. Just wait a second. Okay. Just let me know if you see it. If you see my screen. Do you see the slideshow?
Yes, thank you, Anne.
It's in the slideshow mode?
No, not yet.
Okay, so then there's an issue. Wait, so which means, so I'm not sure why. Because I see it, I put it in the slide.
So it's okay, Anne. Just, I think we can see it anyhow. Just please, just go ahead.
Okay, if it's wide enough. Okay, so I will give you a refresher on the gender equality provisions under Horizon Europe. So as a reminder, this is really strengthened in the Horizon Europe legal basis, and it addresses 3 levels in particular. At eligibility level, having a gender equality plan in place that satisfies a number of requirements is now mandatory. And so I will not go into the details of this. Just I will quickly give you some reminders, but you will have a lot of information in the guidance that we produced in 2021 and in this dedicated webinar that we organized a year ago. The second level is integrating the gender dimension into the contents of research and innovation, and this is an award criterion, part of the excellence criterion for research and innovation actions and innovation actions and co-funds. And the third level is an objective of promoting gender balance, and in particular, gender balance is a ranking criterion for proposal with the same score. So I will run quickly through all these. So gender equality plans, just a reminder, this is a requirement for all public bodies and research organization and higher education establishment, be they public or private, that are from a member state or an associated country. And for this, applicants, at least their legal entity appointed representative, authorized representative, needs to sign in the participant register and fill in a questionnaire stating if they fulfill the following mandatory requirements. It needs to be a public document signed up by the top management of the organization. To implement it, you need dedicated resources and gender expertise. It needs to be evidence-based, so you need to collect, monitor, and report upon annually on sex and or gender disaggregated data on the different levels of personnel and students if you're a teaching organization. And you need to provide training on gender equality, and in particular on unconscious gender biases. And then we recommend some thematic content areas that should be covered to really reflect the gender equality priorities. These are not all mandatory. These are just recommended areas. I will not list them all, but again, you will have the slides and you have all the references to the guidance. Then the second level is the integration of the gender dimension into research and innovation content. As I just said, that is part of the methodology that has to be adopted for all the RIAs and IAs and the co-funds under the excellence criteria. What this means actually is an umbrella term for paying attention to sex and gender. And I will go in the next slide exactly quickly to the difference that we make between sex and gender. Pay attention to this throughout the design, the implementation, the reporting, the application, process of the research and innovation. This is mandatory unless you see a sentence like this one at the end of the topic. So when the topic says the integration of the gender dimension, sex and gender analysis in research and innovation content should be addressed only if relevant in relation to the objective of the research efforts. That's the way it's stated in cluster 3. Then it means that you do not need to do it. Otherwise, you have to do it. And in some cases, it's also underlined in which way it is important. There are certain topics in cluster 3 in the 23-24 work programs that actually are directly related to gender equality. It's more for the 24 work program. There's a topic on radicalization and gender, but also in other topics, it's laid out why it's important and why it should be addressed. For example, in the 23 topic on a harmonized European forensics approach on drug analysis. So there's a reference to GHB rape drug there, it's pretty clear. And another topic on improving social and societal preparedness for disaster response and health emergency. So there are several like that where it's clearly stated. Others where you don't have that sentence, but you need to do it. And if you really think that in your proposal it is not relevant, then you will need to justify it in the application. So just to go quickly, when we talk about sex, it's biological attributes. So it's related to genetics, to hormonal differences, to physiology, anatomy, and it distinguishes between male, female, and in humans, intersex, and in animals, hermaphrodite. And gender is really referring to social cultural norms, identities, and relations that together shape what we consider as feminine and masculine behaviors. And it's also something that structures societies and organization and can really be of relevance and affect the production of knowledge and technologies. And to help you with this, we have several resources. In particular, this report that was published in 2020 on gendered innovations that has 15 case studies with concrete example building on Horizon 2020 projects and some refined methodology on how to do sex analysis, gender analysis, and sometimes intersectional analysis, looking, for example, at intersections between sex and gender and ethnicity, for instance. Here you have more references and just a few tips that you can think about when preparing your proposal and the context of the topic to check whether in your proposal, so in your methods, your objectives, your work packages, your deliverables, to what extent the sex and or the gender of persons under study in the action is taken into account, the sex and gender of individuals that will be affected by the implementation of the research and innovation results, so end users, and so also your methodologies for data collection, are they designed to look into potential sex and gender differences? And have you checked the existing of prior literature that points out that sex and or gender as variables are relevant for your proposal? So more links here. And I'll finish. I don't know why. Do you see my slides changing? No.
Yes,
okay.
yes, we do.
Okay, so gender balance in research team. As I said, this is a ranking criterion for Execo proposal. It's not the first one. First, two proposal looking at how well they cover what's in the topic description, then scores on excellence and scores on impact, reverse for innovation actions, and then comes the gender balance among the researchers named in the proposal in the researchers table. And a novelty also in Horizon Europe is the fact that researchers can self-declare their gender along three categories now: women, men, and non-binary. And with this, I will finish here. Just if you want more information, our policy page is regularly updated. So, and you have many links there. So you're welcome to consult it, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much, Anne. We go straight to Beatrice. Beatrice? Beatrice.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to present to you today is how are social sciences and humanities considered and evaluated in the proposals. So first of all, it is clear for us all that the societal challenges we are confronted with our days, they are calling for several disciplines to work together. Not one cluster of disciplines can fulfill that. The social sciences and humanities in Horizon Europe are deeply rooted in the legal framework of the framework program. And there I give you two references, and you will see that it is clear that the social sciences and humanities, I'm going to use the shorter version, SSH, are really embedded whenever that is appropriate for the research topics. The Council decision is also calling for increased collaboration links between all disciplines. Now, in the calls for proposals in the work program, you will see that there are a certain number of topics that we call flagged for SSH. These have been conceived since the start in co-creation and co-design to allow for interdisciplinarity, and that includes, of course, the SSH. By the way, when we speak about SSH, it's also including the arts, and that's opening also novel avenues, and I will tell you maybe a little bit later, giving one example. There is, in each and every topic that is flagged for SSH, a standard sentence that you will find under the scope of the relevant topic. The sentence is given there. You might come across some variations in other clusters of the framework program, other missions of this wording, but the essence is really there. When it comes to the proposal submission, if you are an applicant, please be aware that you have to develop the aspects pertaining to SSH in several of the parts of the proposal, and I will show you where. And finally, be also aware that during the proposal evaluation, the independent external experts that will be hired by the European Commission will have been briefed about SSH and how to look at the SSH component in each and every application. Of course, there is always the freedom of the applicant, meaning that if you consider as a future coordinator of a proposal that your proposal, even though it is in responding to an SSH flag topic is not essential, the SSH component is not essential at that stage of your proposal, before submitting, you can always decide not to respond with the SSH parts. However, as you know, the evaluation is a factual exercise. Experts are asked to evaluate what they have in front of them during the evaluation session. Therefore, the tip is really, please explain why you took the option of not applying SSH in an SSH flag topic. A practical example, and I think this is also nice because it will be discussed later on today by the colleague who is in charge of this topic, is simply to show you how the SSH is read or present also in the application. First of all, in the work program, the biannual work program, you know there is an introduction to each and every destination. If we take the Destination Disaster Resilience Society for Europe, you will see in yellow there that SSH is already mentioned up front. If you now go and zoom in the topic description, I have taken the topic 1.1, improving social and societal preparedness for disaster response and health emergencies. Well, there are several places where you find a direct mention to SSH. You have the standard sentence there on the right-hand side. But there are also other places in the topic description, in the scope, where you will find the importance of including SSH in the application. This, I think, is something that you might find maybe not useful at the moment, but it's just a summary. Where do I find, where do I see, where do I have to describe SSH in an SSH flag topic depending on the instrument type? So innovation action, CSAs, RIAs, is it stage 1, stage 2? So this is just a summary. Now, when it comes to proposal evaluation, if I were an expert, I would have to look for the SSH component of each and every SSH topic, flagged topic, under the first criterion, excellence, impact, as well as implementation. I think the slides will remain with you, so for the sake of time, as I understand we're a bit behind, I'm not going to read them, but it is clear that the SSH component is there. Some useful resources. I think this is also my tip number 2. We are funding in Cluster 2, from which I come, by the way, in DG Research and Innovation, a CSA that is composed, led by the community of the SSH researchers and scientists. What they've done, and this is the first document that is mentioned there, they have scrutinized each and every topic of all Horizon Europe, and through their own magnifying glasses of the SSH, they have said, well, yes, we think that this topic can allow participation of SSH. So this is complementary to an SSH flag topic, and it can be an eye-opener, for example, if you want to go through other topics and see. It's not binding in the sense that it is not necessarily reflecting what the topic highlights in the call for proposal itself. The webinar for expert, I think that when you are an applicant, you might also find it useful to see how the experts will be briefed. And this is available for your perusal if you find it interesting. At the end, when you ask yourself, is my proposal final? Then you might wish to check against the short webinar for the experts. And finally, if you think that you are looking for a very specific expertise, but you are unable to find it in the immediate surrounding of a consortium that you have formed for your application, you might also think of using the partner search, which is there in the portal. The final boxes that you see here is that you can also do a search for all the topics of a framework program for SSH, and you see that there are more than 1,000 results. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. let's take questions, and let's take first the questions on the gender issues, because our colleague Anne will have to leave soon.
Yes. Okay, there is one question about gender balance, and is how is the score for gender balance calculated, and how do we take into account the non-binary?
Okay, thank you for the question. So it's when we talk about gender balance here, it's really between the women and the men, because at this stage, researchers that self-declare being non-binary are less than 1%. So we do not take it into account at this stage in the calculation. So it's really about parity between the women and the men population among researchers that are named in the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Anne. That's clear. More questions from Slido?
No more questions from Slido for the moment.
Okay, then I know also the room is using Slido, which is great. But still, if there's any request for the floor, not the case, then I thank once more Anne and Beatrice for their presentations. And I would hand over for the next block on ethics to Antonio Fernandez Ranada Shaw from REA C2.
Thank you. How do we put the slides? No,
they will
okay.
They will come on.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us. My name is Antonio Fernandez Rañada. I am the ethics correspondent of the unit Secure Societies, and I'm going to give you some pointers on what you're expected to do on ethics while preparing the proposal, and what will we do once we receive your proposal during evaluations. So, as I said, I'll describe briefly the ethics appraisal process. Then I will give some details on the screening and the assessment, and hopefully I will have some time to give you some details on particular ethics issues that we find most often. So here you can see and I'm sure many of you are familiar with this graph. Here is the ethics appraisal in the project lifecycle. It starts at the beginning, the submission with the self-assessment that is performed by the applicants. So you need to look at the ethics issues of your proposal, and you need to complete certain forms on the portal. Then during the evaluation, all the proposals that are on the main list and the reserve list will undergo an ethics screening, and some of those will also have to undergo an ethics assessment. The result will be a series of requirements to be fulfilled most of them during the life of the project, but it could be some for just before the signature for the gap phase. And as I said, during the life of the project, there will be some deliverables on ethics that will need to be submitted, and there might be a need to have an ethics checks or to appoint ethics advisor or boards. Here in the list, you see the standard set of ethics issues that we look into when we are assessing the ethics status of a proposal. These have been reduced from H 2020. We have 8 ethics issues, plus the 9th, which we just keep there in case something new or unforeseen arises, plus the cross-cutting issue, which is the potential misuse of results. I will go into that a bit later. But as you can imagine, not all of these are relevant. Oh, sorry, there is some delay. There, okay. So you see, these are the most common ethics issues we see, and it's most likely that most, if not all your proposals will have issues on humans and personal data. This doesn't mean that your proposal is unethical. It just means that it touches on certain issues that need to be dealt with, that's all. As I said before, we have a cross-cutting issue, which is the potential misuse of results. This now in Horizon Europe is being splitted. When we look at the misuse of results from a security perspective, this is the responsibility of the security scrutiny. However, the misuse from the not related to the security dimension, and I will look into this slide, you can see the potential misuse of results in humans or of personal data of the participation of non-EU countries, then those will be looked into during the ethics appraisal. So what is your job here? The first step is to complete the ethics issues table. This is a very easy table where you just need to click yes or no on a series of questions. It's very, very recommended that you read the document called How to Complete Your Ethics Self-Assessment. This is an essential document that you should have at hand when you are carrying out this task. As you can see on the slide, for example, for the case of humans, you just need to answer yes or no on the questions that appear there. Are they volunteers for non-medical studies? Are they patients for medical studies? Are they vulnerable individuals, etc., etc.? So just go on clicking yes or no. This is another example for personal data. Again, you need to click yes or no. The second step, the self-assessment, if you have clicked yes in any of those issues, and chances are that you will have to click yes, then you need to describe what is the issue, and most importantly, what are you going to do about it? As you can see, according to the Article 19, you need to include a description of how these issues are going to be dealt with and how you're going to ensure that all the activities found there are ethically sound. The proposal that you submit to us is expected to be ethics ready. Sometimes we find proposals that, well, because the ethics do not have an effect on the score of the proposal and therefore on the position on the ranking, they are a bit weak on ethics. You have to take into account that an unprepared proposal from an ethics point of view is going to give you a lot of trouble in the future. So it is a well worth investment to take some time and to have the proposal ethics ready by the time you submit it. Then, when you look at the how to document, it's very well explained. It's very easy to understand. You have a table, as I said, just in the same approach as before. You're looking at the yes and no answer to the questions, and you have these two columns where you know all the information that you need to provide on the proposal and all the documents related to this information that you should at least keep on file, if not submit them as deliverables at a certain time of the project. What do we do when we receive your proposals? After the proposals have gone through the scientific evaluation, we have a main and a reserve list of proposals, and we send them to the ethics screening. The ethics screening is a flagging exercise that will only say this proposal has serious or complex issues or not. Those that do not have serious or complex issues, the experts will look at them and will decide if they need an ethics advisor or an ethics board, or if they need an ethics check or an ethics review. That's all. However, when they go to when they are serious or complex issues in the proposal, these proposals are sent to the ethics assessment. Now, the ethics assessment is a more in-depth process where the experts, with a team of 5 experts, will look at the proposals in depth. We'll use the full ethics table that I showed at the beginning of the presentation, sorry. They will look at all those issues and they will be able to issue requirements in all those issues. They will also likely be able to recommend appointing ethics advisor or an ethics board and the carrying out of an ethics check. And the outcome of this assessment, it can be an ethics clearance, which is not likely because it was sent to an assessment on the first place. The most likely is the conditional ethics clearance, meaning that the proposal is clear to be funded on the condition that certain requirements are fulfilled. And we have the additional information requesters, which is normally used when we need to send a proposal for a second assessment. For exceptional cases where the experts need to have a more in-depth look into the proposal. So what are serious and complex cases, now that we've mentioned it? We have complex serious issues, like, for example, research involving profiling or monitoring of individuals, or intrusive methods of data processing. We can have research that implies the transfer of personal data to third countries. We can have covert methods or intrusive methods to obtain information from subjects, or research that takes advantage on the difference in standards between different countries. Sometimes we have a combination of those that is not likely to be easy to foresee what is going to appear at the end. So when we have cases like this, we instruct the ethics experts to send the proposals for an assessment. And just so you know, this is very briefly the workflow that we use during the ethics appraisal, at the beginning, during the evaluations. On the right side, we can see if a proposal, what happens at the screening. The first figure, does the proposal raise serious and complex issues? When it's a no, everything that happens afterwards will mean that the proposal will have, or it might be clear, it might have an ethics advisor, or it may require an ethics check at some point during the lifetime. But if it's a yes, then it's sent to an assessment where the ethics experts will assess the proposal and will issue a series of requirements that could be fulfilled, would need to be fulfilled, most of them after the signature of the grant as deliverables, but in some cases we also have requirements before the signature of the grant during the gap phase. Am I done, or do I have a minute?
You have 1 minute.
I have 1 minute, okay. So I'll just give you some brief ideas on the most common ethics issues. Humans is one of them, participation of humans on the research. The people participating in our research are considered as research participants. When they are recruited, they are observed, they are engaged, or they might be influenced, manipulated, or directed by the research. This is also this includes the staff of the entities that are participating in pilots, demos, or the research itself. The staff is also, they are also human participants, believe it or not. So the key principles here are the respect for human dignity, the protection of the rights and interests of the research participant, and the fair distribution of benefits and burdens. And here we see a key document that is essential to have when you're doing research with humans, which is the informed consent. Whatever you do, always have an informed consent, a well customized for the research informed consent. There are lots of templates online, but the informed consent needs to be appropriate for the research that you're going to carry out. We were talking before about research in social sciences and humanities. Here in the ethical aspects, we need to take into account the potential harm to human participants. We can have a research that may put some people in distress, in the social exclusion, may help stigmatize them, and these things need to be taken into account in the ethics analysis of your proposal. The incidental findings is also very important. There are some topics, some calls, especially relevant for this, like FCT or BM, when you need to see what happens if you find something that you were not expected to find while doing a test or a pilot. And last but not least, and this is the last thing, often we see proposals that are going to gather data from social media and from the internet. You need to take into account that maybe the people who put that data there they did fill some sort of consent form, but they were not expecting that the data was going to be used for research. So you need to take all these things into account. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Antonio. Let's still take a minute for any questions
Yeah.
on ethics.
Yes. So first of all, there is a question on the gender dimension of topics, Infra 0102 and Infra 0101. Maybe we can answer the question later when there will be the presentation about the topic, the call, okay? And then about ethics, there is a question on the GDPR compliance. So someone asked what kind of approvals are required to confirm that GDPR issues will be followed at proposal level.
What kind of approvals? Sometimes the experts request approvals from the ethics committee. Many universities do have ethics committees that will issue approvals on the research that is being carried out by the project. And these normally are necessary. But I'm not sure I understand the question of GDPR approvals. Of course, GDPR is a paramount here, and everything that is done in the project has to be compliant with the GDPR.
Yeah, most probably at proposal level, they just need to self-declare that they will follow the GDPR, and then the experts will analyze the issues and will see if something more is required. And then another one is about could a well-scored proposal be rejected on the basis of ethics issues?
Could a what?
A well-scored proposal be rejected because of ethics?
The answer is yes. Ethics is something we take very seriously, and even if a proposal is technically very good, if it does not fulfill the minimum basics in terms of ethics, this proposal can be rejected.
And the last question, this is also important, about participation of a Swiss partner, for instance, if there is any requirement that should be fulfilled in advance because there is a Swiss partner.
With the Swiss partner, in particular in the area of personal data, you have to take into account that there is adequacy decision from the Commission, meaning that the protection of personal data in Switzerland is considered to be at the same level as in the European Union. So the transfers of personal data are not an issue. In the case of countries that have an adequacy decision with the European Union, which are Switzerland, Norway, and a few more, you can see the complete list online.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Christina. And with that, we go to the next block, which is which are the security aspects and the possible security scrutiny. Maria Vittoria Abati works with us in DG Home.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Maria Vittoria, and today I will tell you more about the security aspects.
Just go on, they will fix it.
Okay.
Just start.
Okay, so today we are going to cover the process of security appraisal. As many of you know, this is a very important part, and it's something new that has been introduced with Horizon Europe. We prepared originally a video that you can find online, but unfortunately, due to time limits today, we can skip it, but it's available online. We put some links and references where you can find it, and it's useful to see it while filling your application because it goes in detail and it gives really clear instruction and useful information. This is the overview of what I will cover in this presentation. So the legal basis, the security self-assessment, that is the part that is most interesting for the application, the security review, and finally the reference documents that can be consulted to learn more. So to start, the legal basis. The legal basis of security appraisal is Article 20 of the Horizon Europe regulation. As I just mentioned, this is new. This is something that has been introduced with Horizon Europe. And Article 20 is the legal basis, and it's important to keep in mind mostly Article 20.1, Article 20.2, and Article 20.3. So Article 20.1 makes an explicit reference to the fact that actions should comply with the applicable security rules, and in particular rules on protection of unclassified information against unauthorized disclosure. Article 20.2 refers to the security self-assessment. So the applicants should identify the security issues and report them. And finally, Article 20.3 refers to the security scrutiny that is carried out if necessary. This is a scheme to visually understand what we do in security appraisal in the different phases of the project. So at the top of the screen, you can see the different phases, while in the bottom part, you can see what is the security appraisal process. And specifically today, we will focus during this presentation on self-assessment. That is the most interesting part for applications. However, to go briefly through the process, after the self-assessment, there is the pre-screening phase that is conducted by the granting authority. And then we have the screening phase that is conducted by our team at DG Home, by the security appraisal team. And finally, we have the security scrutiny phases that is conducted by our team, the security appraisal team, in collaboration with national security experts from member states. All of these, it's important to keep in mind that has to happen before the grant signature. Indeed, the results of the security scrutiny and the security requirements that have to be included in the project will be part of Annex 1 of the grant agreement, and they will be contractual. So the security self-assessment, in the security self-assessment, there is the security issues table in the application form, and it's important to be reminded that it's mandatory for applicants to fill in, and we are going to see an example in the next slide. Furthermore, for security sensitive topics flagged in the work program, and in case of cluster 3, they are the majority, the applicant also is required to complete a security section where more information is given about the use of possible classified information and the security requirements. So the security issues table includes 3 sets of questions that they are focused on classified information, so UCI, on the potential use for misuse of results, and finally other questions concerning national security restrictions. And you can find more information on how to handle security sensitive projects and guidance on projects with sensitive and classified information are available on our website. You can see here an example of what the security issues table look like. And so we have 3 sets of questions. They are yes or no questions that have to be carefully read and analyzed, and the answer should be yes or no. In the case the answer is yes, the proposal will go through the process then. It's also important to fill in the security self-assessment. This is the box that you can see on the screen, to add more specific information or something you want to say about possible security issues in the proposal. And this we'll read it carefully during the security appraisal process, and this helps us understand actually more about your proposal and the security concerns. As I mentioned before, this is mandatory to fill by all applicants. This is what the page looks like. So you can find it on our website. You can find reference documents with templates and forms that you have to fill in, the application forms, and also more information on security issues and security section. Here are some documents that are very useful, and I would advise you to consult and read. So the first one is how to handle security sensitive projects. At the center, this is the reference to the video that I wanted to show you in the beginning. I would advise you also to go to our website, so Innovation and Security Research webpage, and to watch the video. There is a lot of information, a lot of practical information. And finally, there is also a guidance on classification of information in Horizon Europe project that gives more detail on the different types of classification of information and the related security requirements. So now for the proposals that are related to flag topics in the work program. So as we mentioned before, is the majority for cluster 3. In the application, also the security section has to be filled, and this is a mandatory. So there is more information to be filled on sensitive information for security reasons, and this is very important to separate and make a distinction between sensitive information for security reasons and other type of sensitive informations related to, for example, intellectual property rights or economic intelligence, as this is not in the scope of the security appraisal, is not something that we covered during our procedure and our process, but we really relate only to sensitive information for security reasons that should be well stated and well identified. Concerning the classified information, so if in the proposal there is classified information that will be used or produced, in the proposal it has to include the security aspect letter CAL. The security aspect letter concern the specific security requirements for the project. It includes facility clearance, personal clearance, and also in the case that in the consortium there are these included third countries, you have to double check that they have an information security agreement with the European Union, and this has to be included as well in the security aspect letter. The other part that we have to keep in mind is the security classification guide. The security classification guide contains two elements. The classification background table, so if in the proposal it is envisaged that there will be used classified background information, so information that has been already produced and classified, however, authorization is needed to assess it. And then the classified foreground table. So if in the proposal it is envisaged that the project will be producing classified information, and in addition, if classified information is either accessed or will be produced, in the proposal we also need to include that a project security officer will be nominated. And this is a very important role. The security project officer needs to have security clearance and to be an expert in the security matters. In addition, there is also the Security Advisory Board. The Security Advisory Board has also a very important role. It has to be composed of at least 3 members, and in general, always an uneven number. And the experts need to be end user expert in a specific security area that can advise throughout the project on security matters. And again, you can find more information on how to complete your security self-assessment in the documents mentioned before. This is what the information looks like when you complete your security, the ESL and the SCG. So you have different tables for the security classification guide. You can see that you have the first table on the use of classified background information, and please, it's very useful and very important to specify well the information. So make reference and name the document, the classification level, who is the originator of this document, and as well reference number of originator authorization for use. While for the production of foreground information, as well the name and number, in this case, of the deliverable that is envisaged to be produced, the classification level, and then the beneficiaries involved in the production, so their name, responsibility, the date of the production, and comments that relate to the need to know. We can also see the different levels of dissemination and classification of information. So to start, we have public and fully open information that can be publicly disseminated and accessed. Then we have sensitive information for security reasons. This was what I was mentioning before, that is identified with the acronym SEN, and it's very important, as mentioned before, to distinguish it from other types of sensitive information for other reasons. And we have different types also of classified information. So the first level of classification is EU restricted. The second level is EU confidential. Then we have EU secret. And finally, we have EU top secret. EU top secret information is too sensitive to be founded under Horizon Europe. And also, this is very rare. It rarely happens that we are confronted with this kind of information, but we are confronted with other types of classified information. And it's very useful to keep in mind these different levels and to specify in the proposal to which type of classification your information refers to. Um, Again, here it's a reminder of the sensitive deliverables exclusively for security reasons. We saw this table before, but I wanted to underline again that it's very important for us and for the efficiency of the process that you specify, apart from the questions you specify in the box that you can see, why, for example, some deliverables should be identified as sensitive, or specify any other useful information that we can have access to. So after looking into detail in the security self-assessment, we are going to talk about the security appraisal more in general. So only proposals above threshold are considered for funding. The security scrutiny procedure is carried out in two cases, the following ones. So automatically, if the proposal has been submitted and there are topic flagged as security sensitive, so they go directly through the security scrutiny procedure. And in other cases, if the security screening carried out by the DG Home security appraisal team has concluded that the proposal is very likely to raise security issues, they also go through the procedure. And we also have the objective of security appraisal, why we are doing this. So the first is to identify security concerns and verify that they are properly addressed by the applicants. So there is mitigative measures that will be put in place. The second one is to assess if sensitive or classified information will be used or produced. And finally, to propose recommendations. And these recommendations will be included in the security scrutiny report, and they will be part of Annex 1 of the grant agreement, so they will become contractual. So this is the security review that I mentioned before. So we have the pre-screening, the screening, and the security scrutiny. So at the end of this process, we have some results, and we can have three types of results. The first result is no security concerns, so no security issues were identified in the proposal. The second one is that there are security recommendations or potential security classification, and these will be identified in the security scrutiny summary report that will include one or more security requirements that actually have to be respected throughout the lifetime of the project. So the first one could be to limit the dissemination level of some deliverables. The second one is classification of information. The third one is the appointment of the project security officer. And finally, the establishment of a security advisory board. So you can propose some of these measures in the proposal, in the self-security assessment, if there are security issues. However, some of these measures can be also proposed during the security scrutiny phase, as the DG Home security appraisal team engages with national security experts, and they have to find a consensus on what will be the security requirements for the project. And therefore, the applicants have to comply with what is established during the security scrutiny and sometimes adapt what they initially envisaged for the project. And finally, we have the last case, which is that the proposal is too sensitive to be founded. So the security scrutiny can reveal that some information is too sensitive to be used or generated by the project. And therefore, the funding is refused and the proposal is rejected. And also, as mentioned before, this is rarely the case, but it's important to keep it in mind. And we also prepared a compilation of useful documents and useful information you can refer to. So here we have guidance documents that are available in EU Funds portal, and the first link actually is the one that also refers to the video and to the website. And there is a lot of guidance on Horizon Europe in general, on the potential misuse of research, and how to fill the documents. And here you can also find some legal documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Vittoria. And let's see if there are any questions on Slido.
Yes, there are a few questions. The first one is, if I want to protect my research results, do I have to characterize this as classified?
It depends on which are the security results, and you have to explain why you want to protect them and for which reasons. Normally, because they can have an impact on the EU security, for example, or they can have an impact at the national level, and also specify the level of classification in the application, and then this will be reviewed during the security scrutiny, and we can either agree, for example, with the classification proposed, or improve it or decrease it.
And if I may add, you should take into account that we want you to consider the open access. So you should share as much as possible your results with the scientific community. Do not close your results. Do not restrict them if it's not needed. Otherwise, we will waste this added value. Then another question is very general. So how do I know if my deliverables have to be classified? But I think that more or less the colleague has already replied.
Yes, these depend a lot on the topic, for example. So if it's related to fighting organized crime and terrorism, research in that field. If it's related, for example, to other fields of security, and to the content of the research. So it really depends. But in general, I agree with what the colleague mentioned, to be careful with the type of information that is classified and the level of classification, as this can add burden to the project and slow it down, because actually, as we have seen throughout the presentation, security clearance is needed to access this information, and the project should have the PSO and the Security Advisory Board, so it adds more to the project.
Thank you. Another question is about, let's say, the need to have a project security officer identified at proposal level. And someone asked if without this information in the proposal, the proposal is considered ineligible. I can answer this because at level of eligibility checks, we don't check this. So for sure, it will not be considered ineligible, but then during the security scrutiny, if the experts decide that there is a need for the project security officer, the applicants will find it as a requirement. I don't know if the colleague wants to add anything.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then another one is about participation of associated countries, and specifically if there is any precaution or to be taken in case the proposal includes partners or the coordinator from Israel.
Israel is an associated country, no? And Israel has a security agreement with the EU, so there's no particularity.
Absolutely not. Okay, this we replied. In case of security requirements, they ask if the applicants should have already the security clearance in place, let's say, to manage the proposal. I think that at proposal level, it's a little bit early, but this will be carefully checked after if there are EU classified deliverables.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. This will be checked afterwards, absolutely. So all the process of the security scrutiny will be carried out before the signature of the grant agreement. So before that, I would say that is not necessary, but if you envisage to have classified information and to use it and access it and produce it, it's important after to have a security clearance.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you also, Christina. And then just looking around in to the floor. No, that's not the case. So we are done with this block, and we have one more block to go before the break. And these are our, well, three of our Justice and Home Affairs agencies, in particular Europol, EULISA, and Frontex. We already had the question this morning from the floor, where maybe because there's a certain kind of horizontal aspect to these three presentations, maybe let me just kind of for 1 second spell out that in the past it's true that some of the agencies actively participated in consortia, but in Horizon Europe this is not anymore the case. The agencies have a different role. The agencies advise us in the Commission in the work program drafting process, and the agencies can advise, and they can also, let's say, monitor and take a particular interest in projects during the implementation stage. So they can be, let's say, close to the projects. They can be in an advisory role. In many cases, they will be interested in the project results, but they will not be part of consortia. Okay. And with that, we have first Valentina Zuri from Europol. Valentina, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you all can hear me all right. Thank you very much for inviting me today. First of all, it's a great opportunity. So for everyone, my name is Valentina Zuri. I'm a senior agent at Europol. I understand now there was a bit of a technical mishap. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for sharing the slides. Yes. So in my presentation, I will give you an overview of Europol's role in EU funding programs for research and innovation in the past, and how it has changed since this regulation was amended last year, as just mentioned, and then the role that it can play today, actually in Horizon Europe. So from this first slide, starting from the past, in fact, you may know that under Horizon 2020, Europol was still able to play a number of different roles in the project. So, for example, we could endorse project proposals before the Commission via letters of support to show how promising the proposal was for us. We could nominate colleagues to participate in the advisory board, stakeholders board, or end user board of funded projects. And we could even participate as full consortium partner in project proposals. And indeed, we are still partners in these 4 projects. Actually, one of them has just finished, so 3 of them. Can you give me the next slide, please? Yes, so in June last year, Europol regulation has been amended, and the new Article 4A now describes a new, much more strategic role for Europol in Horizon Europe. Here you have the full quotation, and in fact, the agency now should assist the member states and the Commission in identifying key research themes, and in particular, Europol should assist the Commission in drawing up and implementing the Union framework programs for research and innovation activities, of course, which are relevant to achieve Europol's objectives. Next slide, please. So concretely, this translates into 3 new tasks, which you can see here on the right side. So first of all, providing input for the work programs of Horizon Europe, then taking part in the evaluation of proposals, specifically, of course, for the FCT calls, and then finally monitoring and supporting funded projects of interest. And then as a consequence, this means that we cannot participate as beneficiaries anymore, and we cannot be involved, of course, in proposals preparation, either by signing letters of support or by agreeing to be members of an advisory board. Yes, so instead we become de facto advisors to the projects that deal with a crime area that falls under our mandate. So to give an example, domestic violence would not be under our mandate, whereas cybercrime, counterterrorism are good examples. And that, of course, is also of particular interest for us, for example, because we identify the need in the law enforcement community or within Europol, or it's a specific priority for the agency, and so on. Yes, next slide, please. So going a little bit more in detail about the role that Europol may play in the projects today, let me give you a few words about Innovation Lab specifically, which is the team that I work on at Europol and the one that really coordinates all the role of Europol in Horizon Europe. So we knew already that all of our law enforcement members are innovative, coming up every day with new ideas to be efficient, more effective in their investigations, but we saw that innovation often happens in silos. So sometimes there was duplication, sometimes there was competition, and all of these led to a lot of missed opportunities, besides, of course, requiring the use of multiple resources to potentially achieve even the same result. So we knew that to leverage the innovation potential of our community, we needed one place to work together and embrace innovation. And Europol wanted to make sure that we could create synergies, multiply the impact of all the European networks. And this is why our executive director, Ms. Catherine De Boll, adopted a Europol innovation strategy in 2018 and created a Europol Innovation Lab then in 2019. So what do we do at the lab, at Europol Innovation Lab? Well, we enable law enforcement agencies to make the most of the opportunities offered by them, by the new technologies, which means both exploiting new technologies, but also anticipating or better understanding the possible abuse of these new technologies by criminals. And how do we do this? By co-creating innovative solutions to help investigators do their job more efficiently and more effectively. Next slide, please. So to achieve these goals, we have launched 5 main instruments to support the development specifically of innovative tools for the law enforcement. You can see them here, but maybe I can draw your attention to 3 of them specifically. First of all, the Europol Innovation Grants, which is a very new service. In fact, we're about to launch this as a very new service. We are going to give law enforcement agencies targeted low-value financial support for the co-creation of innovative tools. Then the Europol Research and Innovation Sandbox is also a work in progress. So we are hoping to launch this by the end of the year. And this will be a sandbox environment to securely train and validate algorithms on operational data, fully compliant with EU data protection standards. And finally, the Europol Tool Repository, which is an online secure platform for law enforcement agencies around Europe to share innovative tools based on cutting-edge technology. And this last one, of course, is already available, actually. But I want to emphasize that all these products and services, of course, may very well be used by your projects to disseminate your results, make sure that they are used, potentially even in real operations, but they are only accessible by law enforcement agencies. So my message here for all the project potential applicants is to encourage your law enforcement partners really to get in touch with us and see how we can create the link between the projects and these products and the services. Next slide, please. Because we are operating in a very complex European ecosystem, of course, we had to also create a complex structure and especially to link with several existing networks of practitioners, especially those that share similar goals to us. So first of all, we are coordinating with all the EU-funded practitioners networks to be able to offer their results directly to all the stakeholders and to rely on their specific expertise in cybercrime, for example, or hybrid threats. On the other hand, we have also created the European Clearing Board for Innovation with representatives from all the national law enforcement agencies to feed us with operational needs. And in order to have a network of national points of contact that can easily connect us with experts at national level. And last but not least, we also hold the secretariat of the EU Innovation Hub for Internal Security, which is a collaborative network of innovation labs of EU agencies working in the field of internal security in order to provide the latest innovation updates and effective solutions to support the work of internal security actors, including not only law enforcement agencies in this case, but also justice, border security, immigration, asylum, and so on. Next slide, please. So now bringing all of this back together, the question that I think would be relevant for the audience today is how can we use the existing knowledge, structure, and networks of Europol to maximize the chances in your proposals under the Fight Against Crime and Terrorism code. So this is why I've left here a couple of ideas for your consideration, but of course we're also always available for more interesting discussions. And in my next slide, I think I have left a good path, let's say, possible or ideal path. Yes, here it is. Of what this is really the path that which we consider as the ideal scenario of how we could work together. So starting from the Horizon Europe work programs of relevance, evaluation of proposals, and then after the grant agreement is signed, Europol can start engaging with the projects as senior user, using all the different products and services that we have put together, such as the sandbox, using operational data, but also dissemination channels, such as the tool wiki, the clearing board, the hub, and so on. Low-value grant schemes also to increase potentially the final TRL of your results, and finally the tool repository to disseminate the very final results to all the European law enforcement community. And I think this was my last slide. So thank you very much for your attention. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm still here, or feel free to reach out to this email address. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I hope you could hear the applause, Valentina. Thank you very much. We take the presentations by EULISA and Frontex as well, and then we take questions. So next is Alexander Tsipilovs from EULISA.
Thank you very much, Martin. I hope you can see the slides. Please let me know.
Well, not yet, but go on. I think it's always a bit delayed here, but do go on.
Okay.
Online is good.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for the invitation to present our work, and especially in relation to the research and innovation activities. My name is Alexander Spilos. I'm research officer at EULISA, and I will briefly go through what we do. And I will not repeat some of the things that Valentina from Europol already mentioned, because our mandate significantly overlaps, or is very similar to the way mandate of Europol is structured when it comes to Horizon Europe. Just for those of you who don't know EULISA as an agency, we were established about 10 years ago. We are based in 3 countries. Basically, our headquarters is in Estonia. Our main operational site is in Strasbourg in France, and we have a liaison office also in Brussels, and we have a backup site in Austria. Now, what we do is we operate large-scale IT systems that are used in a number of areas in internal security, in particular in the area of border management, implementing visa policy, asylum management, and so on. So in particular, we currently operate Schengen information system, visa information system, and Eurodac. And we are also responsible for the development and implementation of a number of new systems, in particular the entry-exit system, the European Travel Information and Authorization System, the overall interoperability architecture that will facilitate interoperability between the already existing and new systems. And we are also gradually entering outside of the security domain. We're entering the domain of justice with the European Criminal Records Information System for third country nationals. Also with the takeover of the e-Codex data exchange system that is used by judicial authorities in Europe. And with the development of a new collaboration platform for joint investigation teams that are operated by Eurojust. So that's a bit about our business. And when it comes to research and innovation, our mandate in research and innovation is defined in our regulation in 2 articles. Article 14 is more focusing on monitoring research and our participation in the EU framework program for research and innovation. And Article 15 also is aimed at pilot projects, proof of concept projects, and testing activities. When it comes to our contribution to the EU framework program for research and innovation, as already mentioned by a colleague from Europol, we are involved in, or also mentioned by Martin before, we are involved in kind of formulation of calls for proposals through providing inputs of what is relevant for our EU LISA core business. We are also every once in a while invited to participate in evaluation of project proposals. And last bit, of course, is we may be involved with projects as in a consulting capacity after the grant agreement has been signed. So we can support you in, for example, if the project is focusing on different aspects of travel facilitation or border control procedures or the use of biometric and border control procedures, we could act as a consulting agency, sharing our experience from kind of operations with you in deploying different solutions for travel facilitation, also in the context of large-scale IT systems that we operate to make sure that you can find suitable solutions. And focusing on the technologies or topics, then we can split roughly those in 5 areas. First of all, it's identity management, so everything pertaining to digital identity, identity fraud, also biometrics identity management. And specifically, when it comes to biometrics, we are currently focusing on fingerprint and face biometrics because those biometrics are used in the context of the large-scale IT systems that we operate. We also focus on, for example, performance of biometric recognition systems, and we are interested in different challenges pertaining to the use of biometrics, in particular, presentation attacks, morphine attacks. Some of the ongoing projects focus on that already, like IMARS, for example. And yeah, considering that we are an IT agency, of course, cybersecurity is very important, but this is outside of security code. This is more in the domain of responsibility of DigiConnect. Then we are also interested, of course, in artificial intelligence in different areas. For example, use of AI for risk assessment, but also use of AI in natural language processing, and so on. And then finally, of course, data and data spaces is a relevant area for EULISA as an agency. Thank you very much. That would be it from me. I would be happy to respond to any questions you may have, and you can reach out to us. I mean, I don't have my personal email address here, but I'm sure we can get in touch through the commission if necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Alexander. And last but not least, we have Darek Saunders from Frontex. Darek, we can't hear you.
One, two, three, testing?
Yes. And we see the slides.
Thanks a lot.
All good.
All good. Darek Saunders, head of the Border Security Observatory in the Frontex Research and Innovation Unit. I would like to also thank you, my colleagues from DG Home, Andrea, for this opportunity to present a few key points that we have learned throughout the years. Starting with the agency, for those who might not know, Frontex, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, supports EU member states and Schengen associated countries in the management of the EU external borders and in the fight against cross-border crime. The agency was established between 2004 and 2005. Research and innovation was there since day one. And in our latest regulation, the latest version, research and innovation together with training and respect for fundamental rights have become so-called horizontal activities horizontal tasks of the agency. In our regulation, which you might realize is very similar, our role in research and innovation as the previous brother sister agencies, Europol and EULISA, we are tasked to monitor and contribute to research and innovation, and we do this through multiple mechanisms. Apart from the regular monitoring, we have also competitions, as we are right now conducting a competition on detection of low-flying objects. We conduct multiple types of research studies. We just recently also made a call for research grants. So this list is quite long, and in the regulation there are quite a few topics and quite a few tasks clearly associated with Horizon, which is the identification of key research themes and topics which we contribute to the Commission as proposals, recommendations, and as views of our community. And then we implement those the parts of Horizon that the Commission authorizes us to conduct. So it's mainly the monitoring and support of research and innovation projects. We also implement a multitude of pilot projects. These are one of the most, I would say, exciting and interesting for the stakeholders activities, where we demonstrate and validate the technical solutions, technical activities, and the process associated with them. Also, last but not least, we have been tasked with the implementation, the agreement on standards, which I would, and I have an asterisk here to highlight, these are not the classic standards that you might hear from standardization agencies. In our case, those are mainly, we could call them minimum technical standards for technical solutions. Now, focusing on Horizon and our role, prior to the disastrous COVID time, in February of 2020, we signed the terms of reference with DG Home, as both sides agree that we need to document and clearly stipulate what are the roles and responsibilities of both sides with regards border management and Horizon. Now, I have listed 4 main tasks, of which for would-be applicants or consortia, the first 2 are not that relevant. So again, the identification and elaboration of research proposals and topics, and then our participation in the evaluation of project proposals. And here I would like to highlight who will participate in the evaluations as experts, as individuals, not as the agency. And now what is relevant for the consortia and the projects that would receive the grants is we monitor these projects, the border management projects. Monitoring means checking, evaluating, and seeing and providing feedback to keep them relevant. And we provide technical and operational feedback to the most relevant, the most innovative proposals and projects. And also one of our tasks, which is quite important, is the dissemination and exploitation of successful results, which we have had a few. If you're looking for more information on what we do in Horizon, we have a tab in the Frontex website where we list those projects which are relevant for our communities. We provide key information on them and provide links to other sources of information. Additionally, we also report on events, activities, not only of our research, but of the activities of the projects under Horizon and border management. This is the slide actually that I'm mainly interested to present and discuss with you, because these are a bit of the tips and tricks, the lessons learned from previous years. If there are things that I could encourage you to follow, these are the ones. First is the consortium has to be fit for the purpose, and what for us is of key relevance is the participation and the role of European border and coast guard authorities. Those are the authorities that will provide to you information on use cases, the most relevant technologies, the possible scenarios, and be a key player in the demonstration activities. Talking about demonstration and testing activities, for the operational entities, for operational agencies and units, this is the main activity that they're looking at. One, we share with our counterparts in different units of the agency and member states. They receive all the information, they acknowledge, but most of them are looking for the demonstration and testing activities. This is the time when they say, we check, and we encourage you to conduct good demonstration and testing activities and engage our communities. Please keep up to date with relevant EU policies and regulations. We know the regulations and policies, they keep being updated. There are new ones. So make sure that when you apply, you are taking into account the latest policies and regulations. About the European Border and Coast Guard and Frontex more specifically, the information that you need for your application, for any planning that you are going to do is available online. We encourage you to go to our website, check the public register for documents, our research and innovation tab, and check our studies, our activities. You can have all the information that you need in there. There is information about previous risk analysis, strategic risk analysis. There is all the information needed in there. And now, two answers to the most frequently asked questions. The answer to the question that you can imagine is Frontex cannot and does not need to be in a consortium, and this was already indicated in a couple of occasions today, or in the advisory board. We are a EU agency. We are the Center of Excellence for Border Management. We are a senior user for our community. So as a default, we should be engaged and receive all the information that the projects require, and we will provide you with feedback and support if feasible and if relevant. Now, and the last point is, before you receive your grant, any questions that you might have, any doubts, any requests for information, anything specific, please follow the official Horizon channels for questions. The colleagues handling this channel, they distribute the questions, and the beauty of doing it in a centralized way is we all answer the questions once, and then all the information is available for everyone. So this is a very, I would say, this is a requirement for transparency purposes. And as is between me and lunch, with this, I would conclude my presentation. Thank you very much again. I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Darek. And let's see if there are any questions.
Yeah, there are two questions for Europol. I hope the colleague is still there. So the first one about Europol is about the networks of innovators. And it says, are those mentioned networks of innovators legal entities and eligible for funding?
Yes, hi, I'm still here. Thank you very much for the question. So those networks, no, they are actually EU-funded projects themselves, so they're not legal entities. And in my slide, you could see quite a brief selection, in fact, of them, but more of them will come. So they are projects, usually coordination and support actions that bring together practitioners working on a very specific topic.
Thank you very much, Valentina. And then another one, can UK organizations be recipient of Europol funding?
Sorry, could you repeat the type of organization?
Yes, UK.
So, well, again, the low-value grant scheme is not launched yet, so all the rules actually will be explained much in detail once all the documentation is made public. In principle, yes. The main eligibility criterion is that we have at least one EU member state or a law enforcement agency from one EU member state involved in the grant, and that all the law enforcement agencies partner, let's say, in this new grant, that they are also part of the European Clearing Board. So if a UK law enforcement agency, again, we're not talking about, for example, academia or industry, but if one UK-based law enforcement agency is also part of the European Clearing Board, then in principle, yes, it may also receive funding. But again, I really recommend monitoring Europol's website in the next couple of weeks, because all the rules will be perfectly explained there.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one for you, Lisa. Very easy. How can we get in touch with you, Lisa?
Well, you can get in touch with us via a functional mailbox, which is research@eulisa.europa.eu. I can also post it in the chat in Teams for those who are online. Otherwise, I don't know. If you will be reaching out to colleagues at REA, they will certainly be able to redirect your request to EULISA if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Then there is a question for Frontex. And the person is asking, in how many projects is Frontex involved? And what are the challenges with regard to search and rescue operations that Frontex is facing? It's a little bit more complicated than the previous one.
Okay, thank you very much. We are monitoring, if feasible, supporting all the ongoing border management projects, closely collaborating, I would say, around 8, 9 of them. I think those of us who know us, we try to, and we often use the term Swedish buffet. What we have in mind is, well, we are open for collaboration. We expect to receive the results on invitations to demonstrations and validation exercises, but we understand that some of the projects, as they have a really strong representation from EBCG, European Border and Coast Guard authorities, they don't need this centralized strong push. That's why it's not feasible to calculate exactly how many. Some are closer the work, with some is less. What we try to do is at all times connect our operational stakeholders, so the operational entities, our surveillance colleagues, risk analysis colleagues, with the projects to find an operational collaboration. Now on search and rescue, well, that's a very difficult topic. Search and rescue is supported to a large degree by our surveillance operations and our surveillance capabilities. And I would say the main issue and the most difficult part is the operational response. So it's actually the deployment of assets and the response. But the research and search and rescue is stipulated, is coordinated, managed by other international laws and regulations. So Frontex is a lower level than search and rescue. We have to follow the international law. We follow, well, it's a very difficult topic.
Thank you very much. Then there are 2 more questions in general on the cooperation with EU agencies. Given that they cannot be part of the consortium, someone asks if they can at least get feedback from the EU agencies on project ideas.
If I may answer?
Yes, please.
Well, if prior to the signature of the grant, we don't discuss project ideas and anything because many of us participate in the evaluation of the proposals. So we don't want to be biased towards some of the proposals. So if we help one, we have to help everyone, and it would be extremely difficult. So if that's the question, if the question is about project ideas prior to the application, if we're talking about project ideas during the implementation of an activity, of a grant, we can discuss about project ideas associated with the given research and innovation or innovation action.
And you partially answered the following and last question, which is about cooperation with EU agencies during the life of the project in terms of advice. The person asks if this needs to be specified in the proposal. I guess that we can also answer this, that there is, if there is an agreement already, you can specify it, but otherwise you should not take it for granted and put it in your proposal if you did not discuss this with the specific EU agency. I don't know if the colleagues want to complement on this.
So I think the last two questions, if I followed correctly, they addressed all three agencies. No? So I mean, just an open question to the three of you, if you have anything to add on those two.
Exactly. Thank you.
I can maybe compliment from, not compliment from Elisa, but confirm what Derek just said, that we take exactly the same approach as Frontex does. We don't engage with project proposals before they are submitted, because otherwise we end up in a conflict of interest due to the fact that we participate in evaluations as independent experts, but we are employed by the agencies, and we may end up in a conflict of interest. And during the course of the projects, of course, we may be involved in some consultative capacity. And in fact, if I remember correctly, some of the calls specifically require proposals to engage with the agencies. So, especially considering if this requirement is included in the call for proposals, we'll certainly make sure that we support the project to the extent possible. However, as Derek mentioned already, EULISA takes the same stance that we don't participate and we don't engage in formal capacities in advisory boards or similar formations. Thank you.
And if I may add,
just a minute.
Go ahead.
So what I want to highlight is we are expecting that the projects will interact with us and will share with us the planning, the deliverables. We will do our best to support, to provide feedback. What I mentioned, and it's probably common for other colleagues, is we share those results and those activities with operational entities, with other entities, with the member states. If they have a high interest, there is a high level of interaction. If unfortunately the interest is not that high, we have to unfortunately prioritize. But we highly encourage you to come forward, and once you receive a grant, start interacting and working with us. We will find ways of supporting, responding. But something that was said is extremely important. Don't indicate in your proposal things that have not been agreed, because it might not be feasible. Example, if you indicate you plan to connect to an operational system, it might not be possible at all. And that in the evaluation, that's something we will comment, that this proposal, this part is not feasible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. Valentina, anything to add?
Yes, I was actually going to make exactly the same comment as Derek. So also from Europol's perspective, we follow the same approach as Frontex and EULISA in this sense. And also, please do not include any references in the proposal to promises or ideas that have not been discussed earlier, exactly for the same reason. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. So thanks once more to Alex, Derek, and Valentina. This concludes our morning session. The afternoon session, so I mean, these were all basically kind of horizontal, cross-cutting aspects. And the afternoon will be all, destination by destination, meaning kind of topical area by topical area with the respective colleagues from DG Home and DG Connect presenting work program topic by topic. So thank you very much for your interest this morning. We break now for lunch. We reconvene at 2:15, 2:15. And in the afternoon, I will hand over the moderation role, at least for some time, to my colleague Manolis here, who has also been instrumental in organizing this event. because we have to go back to the base for some time for meetings. But we will see each other again later this afternoon, and then also tomorrow at the clustering event. Thank you. Bon appétit.
Non, dans la Scarlett. 1, 2, 2, 2. Ok, là on est bon. Ok, ok. Là aussi, je reçois pour le Teams. Ok, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, 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 test. Euh... En fait, tu reçois pas, tu sais pourquoi? Parce que tout ce qui est micro, on rentre par ici. Donc, si tu veux entendre ce que tu as là, il faut faire direct monitoring. Donc, on va...
Je suis en direct monitoring.
Ah, là?
Je suis
Ah ouais, ça c'est bizarre.
Ah oui, mais il est utilisé.
On est en live. Deuil, deuil. 1, 2, 2, 2. Ok. 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 Non. Non, il y a un buzz. Et en plus, je la vois plus forte. Deuil, deuil. Non, non, ça marche pas ça. Ça, c'est très compliqué.
Si je fais juste ça ici.
Oui, et 1, 2, 2, 2. Ça, ça, ok. Ok. T'es à fond haut.
Je ne vais pas l'activer.
Non, mais c'est ici. Hein. C'est ça le niveau casque. Ok. Deuil, deuil. Ça, ça, ça. Ok. Non, non. Non, on fait comme on a fait tantôt.
Cristina Cinderella, però non sto
So Nada is starting. Nada is here? So...
No, no. She's there already. Must be something wrong with this microphone. Hello? But for the online. May I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? Thank you. You okay with the chairs? Please come in. Have a seat. I'm not so
No, that's okay. No, that's no, but usually is good place. I don't mind. I go but
you're presenting.
someone is actually sitting here because apparently there is a computer. No, but I will. I still like this. Is it mine? No, it's okay.
Martin left. Martin left.
I will go. In front.
I think somebody forgot. It could be Yanis, yes.
Good.
Philippe is not.
But I'm not.
Oh, that's easy, yeah? If it's commission, that should put a name.
I think it's yes.
It's Yanis. But he doesn't have a presentation now.
You take my place because you're before the break. Ah, you have to the break. Okay. I'm sorry. No, don't worry.
Hey, not both of you.
And you said that you have to
Giulio, he left.
You know, this is a mess I'm able to create.
It's a constructive
Master disaster.
way of thinking about it.
Mr. Disaster.
No, but with the disaster fixer, and the microphone is on. The microphone is. Please take your seats. We're about to start the afternoon session. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to everyone joining online and also physically here in Brussels. We hope you enjoyed the first session and that there was a lot of information very relevant, very interesting and useful for you. I equally hope that this afternoon session will be also very useful and very informative. So please, once again, do use the Slido that we have provided since the morning for your questions. This allows us to look at the questions following the presentations and reply to them to the best that we can. And this also allows us to keep questions that, for instance, may not be answered due to a possible time constraint. But for those as well, rest assured, we will come back in writing and give you the replies. Okay, since we are already quite late this afternoon, you will allow me to give the floor. We'll dive into directly the destinations of Cluster 3 and the topics for 2023. And first on the list is colleague Nada Milisavljevic, who will talk to you about fighting crime and terrorism call and the topics for this year, which I think also are very, very interesting. Nada, the floor is yours. Thank you. May we upload the slides for Nada also, please?
Looks like she's speaking. The icon is lit.
We seem to have a technical issue. No? The slides, please. Thank you.
Switch the presentations because now there's technical problems with the microphone. So if you can, we can start with
Infra.
Okay, while we will be solving the connection problem with our dear colleague, we will move to the second destination we'll be planning for today, and that is for the infrastructure resilience, resilient infrastructure. And the word here is to colleague Sebastian Serviak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Serviak. I work with the unit F2, which stands for the Security Research and Innovation of DG Home. I have the pleasure to work together with Nada Milisavljevic, which is now experiencing this technical problem, and my colleague Felix Obo, that should be normally somewhere here with us at the hall. And we work together in the area of the FCT, that is a little bit postponed, and the critical infrastructure protection. Next. Okay. That's me. Okay. So I will present today the idea, the philosophy that stands behind these two topics that we have in this year. First, I will start with the background information, how you should approach reading this document, which is the work program and the topics that are described in it. So, of course, every time you read it, you should take it into the policy context that it derives from. So we have, of course, these EC headline ambitions when we prepare these documents, but there is a number of the area documents that are shaping our destination. This is the Security Union strategy. This is the counter-terrorism agenda. This is the cybersecurity strategy, and so on and so forth. Then we have these very two special regulations that came recently and very recently into force, which is the NIS2 directive and the Resilience of Critical Entities directive. So whenever you approach the text and you read it and something is not clear, you may have some doubts, you should always look at the overall ambition that is pictured in these policy documents. That should be your guiding principle when reading where we are heading, what we would like to achieve. Yes, these are some of the policy documents that I was referring to. And now, with all these calls, with all these topics and the investment in the area, we would like, of course, first of all, to ensure the wide resilience of the infrastructure, no matter what's the source, the origin of the threat, whether this is a deliberate attack, whether this is pandemic, this is a human-made disaster, whether it's intentional or it's accidental, or the just a side effect of a climate change. It doesn't really matter here. Generally, we want all these critical infrastructures to be better protected, to be more resilient to such events. Then what you can notice certain evaluation in the calls from the past years to now. We now look at the whole area as the interconnected systems of different sectors. So when you look at that, we no longer address a singular sector. You always should address it in a context. We have two topics this year. The Infra 01, which is the facilitating strategic cooperation to ensure the provision of essential services. This is an innovation action. Of course, this means that we are looking into more advanced projects in terms of the technical readiness level. And the budget here is 5 million euro. We anticipate to finance one proposal in this topic. What is important here to remember is that the member states, they hold the primary responsibility to ensure that the critical entities are protected, that they are resilient. This topic is to help these operators, but also the national authorities, to revise the current legislation, introduce necessary harmonization, and then ensure the implementation of these EU level regulations like the mentioned critical entities resilience and NIS2 directives. These proposals at the end, as the overall goal, should support the authorities of the member states so they can identify and develop the necessary tools, solutions, strategies, and thus ensure the before mentioned resilience. This is the first of the topics. For this topic, we require participation of 3 national authorities that will complement the consortium and will guide the whole research and implementation process throughout the project lifetime and after. The second topic, this one, in this one, the focus on the approach, on the identification, on the interdependencies is even better visible than in the Infra 01. When you choose a sector that you would like address, because in the call is said that you choose among the sectors that hasn't been addressed in the past. So you should look at all the interdependencies that this sector has with other sectors, how the possible malfunction, some disturbances in the given sector affect the other sectors. How this spillover, these cascading effects will be like when the given sector is affected. Also from the other way around, so how the other interdependent connected sectors may influence the investigated sector. For this topic, we have already received some questions from the NCPs, but also from other representatives about, with a kind of a request on providing examples of the sectors that has not been addressed in the past. This is something actually that we will not do. We will not provide these examples. There's a very concrete reason behind it. I will say about it in a second. What we expect is the proposers, the consortium, to look at it from their own perspective, with their experience, with their knowledge, to look at the core this database and analyze it, how it looks, what's their evaluation on the situation. We want to keep the topic as open as possible and give the consortium the flexibility to address the gaps that they identify, and they can kind of convince the evaluators to be important. The other reason why we do not provide the concrete examples for this topic is because in the past, when we did it, that was in some of the topics in the past, we mentioned, among others, transport and energy. 100% of the proposals that we received were on these examples. And this is something that we do not want to happen. We really want the researchers, the industry, to have the flexibility to address the gaps that they identify and find relevant. I believe I will stop here with my presentations. We have only maybe one more thing to mention here. What we expect here is the involvement of 3 infrastructure operators from at least 3 member states. And I will stop here my presentation. I guess this is, are we ready with the next one? Questions now or?
Questions, not yet, but okay. Anyone from the floor would like to take the floor and pose a question? Now is the time. Thank you, Sebastian. While we'll check Slido, what is there?
Yeah, there are some questions.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Can we have the microphone, please? Can we have the microphone? Microphone? Thank you. Yes, here. Thank you.
Just a small question. When you talk about non-cyber threats, what do you mean?
Any more questions? Before we start answers, any more questions? We can take 2 or 3.
There are the questions on Slido.
There are Slido, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I first address the threats here. So, but by non-cyber, it's like straightforward. This is anything that is not cyber, so any physical threats to the infrastructure that may come from extreme weather events, like flooding, for example. But this can also be simple use of explosives as a man-made attack, a terrorist attack, anything that has such a nature. Of course it is. But the jamming, today the jamming signal would in many cases be also a cyber threat due to the nature of the communication that we have. Whether it's digital analog signal, but it doesn't matter. That's a little bit of a dual nature when you look at that. But it certainly falls into the scope of the research that we are expecting.
Thank you.
Shall we continue with the questions on Slido, Sebastian?
Yes.
Okay, the first one is quoting part of the text of Infra 0102, where the text says, in sectors that have not yet been covered by previous research projects, and the person asks if here the reference is to scope covered by H2020, Horizon Europe, in general Cluster 3, or Infra, because it's looking for to understand what is not yet covered.
Yeah, so we are coming back to the question that I partially believe already covered. Yes, the Horizon Europe that has been covered by the Cluster 3. This is our reference point because the focus that we have in the security research is a little bit different than the other clusters provide. So when you do the analysis, this is your primary area of data taken into consideration.
Okay, another question is, I would like to ask information on the involvement of civil society representatives. Which kind of organizations can be defined as representative of citizens?
That's it's always with our calls, not only for the infra, but for the other calls. That should be read in the context. It always depends what is exactly expected as the outcome of the call. So, for example, non-governmental organizations can be considered as the representatives of the civil society. And if there is any doubt, if a given organization feels that definition in the context of the call, we are open to hear the proposal, the organization that is into consideration, and we can verify it like case by case. There is no one general definition that we can provide that always this kind of information will be given, will be good for any kind of a call. So it's always case by case checking.
Thank you, Sebastian. Another question is about the two topics and why only one is flagged for gender dimension and not the other one, if there is a specific reason.
Is it question for the infra call?
Yes. Maybe we can check this in the text.
Yes, that's a little bit
because
surprising. We have to check this one because that's the gender dimension in the context of the infra is a little bit surprising. I have to double check it before we provide an answer.
And last one is what definition of critical infrastructure do you use? Are there any specific other requirements for an infrastructure to be categorized as critical?
That's a little bit beyond us, as I mentioned at the opening. The governing of this area, these are the member states, and these regulations, certain guidelines are at the of course Commission level, certain standardization efforts, but it's up to the member states to define a given entity, a given element of the infrastructure as critical or not. This is not something that is predetermined here at the European level. So you always have to kind of look into the national regulation for this.
Okay. Another one is just arrived. In Infra 0101, it is asked to cover as much as possible critical infrastructure types. Is there a core collection that should be covered from EU perspective?
A call collection?
A core collection.
Yeah, the guiding principle here is the Critical Entity Resilience Directive. That should be the reference. So as I mentioned in the opening, it's again, when you read the call, look at the policy context and then you have the sectors being named both in the NIS directive and the CER directive. So this is the starting point when you design your consortium and when you try to address certain specific sectors. This is the base that you start with.
Okay, last question, Infra 0101. What is comprised by the term tool in the call text?
I guess we are referring to the... By the tools here, we can understand any solution that is whether IT-based, which is an algorithm, which is a kind of a guidance, how to these member states authorities and operators do their assessment. This is any solution, whether it's no matter what's the in the technical dimension, as long as it works and brings some tangible help for this kind of entities, I mean the member states, authorities and the operators, in realizing the goals and the responsibilities that have been put upon them by these EU regulations that I mentioned before. So that's a very broad term here. There's no narrowing down in terms of what the tool is.
No more questions.
Okay.
Thank you then. Thank you, Sebastian. I think we can move on. Actually, we can move back to Nada Milisavljevic. I think the technical glitch is now been fixed, and we are very happy to have her with us. Nada, if you can join, and if we can have the slides for Nada, please. Thank you. We can't hear Nada yet.
Okay.
Apparently online, Nada can be heard, but she cannot be heard in this room.
So, DRS is next. Okay.
I ask for your little patience to work this out. Thank you.
I'm sorry, do you hear me?
Ah, yes, thank you. Thank you, Nada. Thank you, everyone. Can we have...
I assure you it's not coming from me. I really don't know what's happening.
Yes, we figured.
I apologize to everyone for being misled that it was me. I was on time, before the time, and even speaking before the first slide came, but apparently nobody heard me.
No issues. We're glad to have you, Nada. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize again for someone's fault. Anyway, technical probably. Thank you very much all for coming here, and apologies for not being with you due to some physical troubles I have these days. But my colleague Sebastian is in the room, and as he said as well, our colleague Felix is also in the room. So we are a little team on fighting crime and terrorism, including resilient infrastructure. So if you have some further questions, I'm sure they will be happy to reply as well. Maybe we go right away to the topics themselves. Yes, thank you. So the main features of the destination, maybe it's important to say that we really expect from you to be aware of what's going on in the area policy-wise when you are applying, when you are making a proposal, to stay up to date to the situation of the proposal in the policy area that concerns you, notably the different policy developments in such as security union strategy, counterterrorism agenda, security dimension of the new pact on migration and asylum, EU strategy to tackle organized crime. There is also EU drugs strategy and quite some other documents. You can. I apologize. Can you please switch off the sound? It's very the sound in the room. Thank you very much. Please stay up to date, and you can easily find all this information on the DG Home website, where you can see all the policies that are under development, that are ongoing, the current situation with the policies, as well as the texts themselves. What we also expect from you, apart from being up to date of the policy situation in internal security, especially in the area in which you intend to apply, is also to think about synergies with other projects or goals, because we do not want to reinvent the wheel or to fund something that has already been going on. And also we really expect that project and that research community cooperates together and works together. That's therefore an asset whenever relevant and applicable. So there will be certainly a question. So I just say already in advance what we mean by synergies with other projects or goals. In some cases, in the topics, you will see clearly reference to some topic and or to some projects even, and we would say that synergies are expected. So a typical question is if we don't know what will be funded under that other topic that will run in parallel, or the project will that will be funded there will run in parallel. We don't know which project would that be. The idea is actually that in your own proposal, you will just indicate that you intend to cooperate with whoever or whatever will be funded under that other topic. So just to signal that you are aware of and ready to cooperate with complementary or similar projects, tackling from another angle maybe the same problem. Also, we would really ask you to look about the information on what's happening in Internal Security Fund, because also that would be a very nice state-of-the-art understanding in the proposal. This destination will promote also, whenever applicable, the proposals with different things. And now here I make a little parenthesis to say that this is all that I'm saying in the introduction of the work program. And as my colleagues also said, we really we really put in the introduction things that apply to all topics. So please do not skip, do not ignore introductions of our destinations, because they contain information that we could have written under every single topic. So in order not to repeat it under every single topic, we put it in the introduction. So please note that the information in the introduction is important and equally relevant for any topic in the call. In the case of the call on destination of fighting crime and terrorism, what we want is the involvement of police authorities in the core of the project. So we do want that proposals reflect the need of policy authorities that are there. As you know, they are mandatory in any
fighting crime and terrorism proposal. There is 2 or 3 police authorities, depending on the case, that are expected to be involved. So we really want that they are integrated in the project, that their needs are heard, that they are there to do testing, to do validation, and also to then hope for some uptake of the results, which would also be an added value for your project. So this is what we expect, the involvement in the core of police authorities. Then a clear strategy on how proposals will adapt to fast evolving environment, be it from the threat side or from technological side, societal side. Because research is relatively slow. So at the moment that we write a topic and that you write a proposal and you start working, then things change, things evolve. So they are not static. So we really want that in the proposal there is a reflection on how you will adapt to these changes during the course of your project, during the lifetime of your project. Another thing is also that we really are hoping for minimum needed platform. In the past, we had many projects that were developing a platform. One project, one platform. So if you think this is an applied research, so at the end of the day, policy of police authorities would need to use as many platforms as there are projects. So for every single tool, they would need to go to another platform. So you can imagine that in reality, this is not feasible for them. And then in addition, we cannot really afford using the European money, money of European citizens, for funding 100 proposals, 100 platforms. So we really want a tool that would do something. We do not really care in many cases about the platform itself. So we want tools that are modular and can be easily plugged into another platform, as said, in order to avoid platform multiplication. We also want tools that are, as said in the first point, validated, developed against practitioners' needs and requirements and not on assumed needs. Again, this is an applied research. We really hope for having cooperation with police authorities within the project and at the end of the day, creating something that will be useful for them. I'm speaking for police authorities, but of course the same applies for societal topics where we expect something useful for civil society organizations, or forensic topics where we also expect something useful for forensic institutes. A robust plan on how the proposal will build on the relevant predecessor project. Here, again, typical question that we get is how you will get this information. So first information is CORDIS database, in which we really hope that you will find it, all the key information. We do not expect from you to know every nitty-gritty detail in the development of some project or read their deliverables, which you in most of the cases cannot do anyway. We really want just that you have an idea of what's going on, which projects were there, which were funded in the field that you were addressing. So the information that is publicly available on CODIS and in many cases on project's website. What I mean in many cases is that ongoing projects are obliged to provide information on their website, and the other projects need to. The other projects that are closed still need for some years to keep the information to maintain their website. So there is quite some information you can find online. That could help you on knowing what relevant predecessor projects were doing. So to know how you will build on that or how you will differ from what they did. If relevant for a topic, we really expect also the active involvement of citizens, voluntary organizations, and communities, because they are one of the pillars of security research program. Similar for education and training aspects, we really want that at least for tools, methodologies that are developed in the project, there will be some training or education curricula that will support them. Also similarly awareness raising with citizens on what you are doing. Then we also expect, and this is very important to say, that from the very stage of a proposal, so before even being funded, we expect that the proposers will have a clear strategy on the uptake of the outcomes. So a vision, what you want to do with once your project is finished. What do you, because the applied research, security research is applied research that is somewhere in the middle. So it is not a fundamental research, but it is not a final product either. So we really expect to see a vision on what you want to do after, once the project is finished, what you will do, what with the outcomes of the project. And this is also something coming from our past experience, like all the other points with the project in which we were coming to the final review of the project, and project would still not know what's next. So this is why we warn you from the very start. Please think about it already at this stage. Similar for research data, for training, testing, of your tools or methodologies. Please do not start a proposal or do not propose a proposal in which you do not have clue how you will get or where you will have the research data for your work. We cannot afford funding projects that will then, once they're funded, think how they will obtain and look around for risk. We know this is an issue. We have several solutions that we were analyzing and proposing and thinking. We are aware that this is a problem, but it is always possible to find a solution, be it synthetic data or any other data. So please think about it at the moment of writing proposal. Similar, think about how you will measure your technology readiness level once, if it's applied to your project. Next slide, please. So here about main impacts, I think it's not very important to say about, okay, sorry, this is not the slide. The next slide is a few other points. There was a change of slide. So can we go back, please? So we had a slide about the impacts, but that one is not important because anyway it corresponds to the areas that we have in the destination of fighting crime and terrorism. So these are 6 bullets that correspond to 6 destinations, the 6 areas. Sorry, modern information analysis for police authorities, improved forensics and lawful evidence collection, enhanced prevention of detection and deterrence of various societal issues. Fighting terrorism, including in public spaces, countering organized crime, and countering cybercrime. Next slide, please. Now, here, another important point to say is that we wanted to distinguish between a quite vague and quite generic term of law enforcement authorities and say what we really mean, and this is police authorities. This is fighting crime and terrorism. So the main practitioners, the main end users of the results are police authorities. Hence, we made a definition, which is as a footnote in each topic, with a definition of what police authority is and what it is not, and as a follow-up also for these participants. So for when we say that we want active involvement of police authorities, active involvement of forensic institutes, of civil society organizations, for these participants, applicants must fill in the table information about security practitioners in the application form with the requested information following the template provided in the submission tool, IT tool that you heard a bit earlier today. So please do not forget to fill in this table and say who your practitioners are, why, notably when it comes to police authorities or forensic institutes, why this or that practitioner is considered as a police authority and which role it will have in your project. Security sensitive data, I think there is no need to speak about that. Gender aspects you've also heard, so please pay attention about the fact that if gender is not mentioned as specifically under the topic, it means that it's mandatory to analyze gender aspects or to take them into account. So only if mentioned that you should look, only if necessary. This means that you can reflect whether gender aspect is important or not, and justify if you one way or another, especially if you don't want to take it into account. Otherwise, gender aspect is mandatorily there. SSH integration is clearly indicated in the topics that relate to that, so please also pay attention to the text of the topic on that. Another thing also, you heard about Europol. You will hear soon about border management and how Frontex and EU-LISA are involved there. Now, Similarly, in fighting crime and terrorism, the main agency that is now involved in as an umbrella agency is Europol, whose presentation you heard a bit earlier today. So last year, Europol's mandate changed, and since then they are not beneficiaries anymore. In the direct beneficiaries, they have a sort of super advisor, as a colleague from Europol said, something similar to that, senior Leah, and they are clearly indicated in some of the topics as that we invite projects to proposals to once funded, cooperate, engage with Europol. So here it's very important to say, we do not expect from you to engage at this stage with Europol when you are writing a proposal and ask for a letter of support or ask them if they will be involved. No, according to their mandate, they will supervise your project once you are funded. If you reach out to them, if you agree with that, they have this possibility, and there is no need. I mean, they will support any project that is funded under some topic or every. They are there. Of course, depending on their capacity and the mandate. So for some topics that are within their outside of their mandate, of course, that's not the case. But this is very important to take into account. So they will not be beneficiaries. Don't contact them to be partners. Don't contact them for a letter of support. At the stage of proposals, they will be there for you once your proposal is hopefully funded. Now, another thing is also, please pay attention on that in the text of the topic, each topic, there is a, when it comes to outcomes, just above the bullet list, there is all or contribution to some or all of the following outcomes. So please pay attention of this distinction between all and some or all. And if it's some or all, please do not think that the more you cover, the better. Because here it's the quality that counts, not the quantity. Of course, if we have two equally good proposals and one covers more bullets than the other, that makes a change. But if you cover well few points, it counts much. It gives you much more chance to be funded than if you cover all and very superficially. So please think about that. Don't feel obliged to cover everything if it's some or all, because it's really quality that counts. So cover just those points where you really think you will contribute significantly. About Galileo and about EUCI, I think it's quite generic, so I think we can skip it and we can go to next slide, please. So we have six areas under the destination, as already said, under the impact point. And this year, for each of these areas, we have one topic that we propose. So maybe we can go in topic by topic, area per area. So under the area of modern information analysis for fighting crime and terrorism, we open the topic on processing of large, complex, and unstructured data sets resulting from criminal investigations while reconciling big data analysis and data protection. Now, here it's important to say this is an innovation action with 7 million euros of EU contribution, with TRL quite high. And the explanation is the following. So why innovation action and why TRL quite high is because there has been quite some developments, quite some projects going on, quite some work being going on, not only in EU security research, but also ISF in other programs. So we want just to have something that is quite mature, a set of tools that are quite mature for complex unstructured data sets with enormous amount of data, so big data analysis, while also reconciling it with and taking into account the data minimization principles and taking into account data protection. And again, this is a horizontal area, so this means that it's not about a concrete application. We gave some lists of ideas of human beings, but these are just some examples. We really expect tools for video analysis, voice speaker recognition, the detection of deepfake. So really for treating signals and images when it comes to big data and finding solutions, as said, for data minimization and privacy in the context of criminal investigations. As said, there is quite some work going on. There are quite some projects that I can just name a few here. So there was Asgard, there was a CopKit in the past, there was Inspectar, now there is a Starlight. So there are quite some projects. And again, these are just examples. I invite you to look in the codis for more information. There are quite some of them going on already. So they already developed quite some of the tools, and there are quite some tools that have been developed, and we want something really mature with a high TRL level here. And just to say that this topic as a need was also indicated to us directly from Europol, from their constituency, from the law enforcement that work in the member states with them and the associated countries. Also, you will see that we mentioned also ISF projects, so platforms such as the AGDA, but again, these are just examples. Again, please be aware of what's going on in this particular case as well, because there is quite some developments already. So think about synergies, think about complementarities. Next slide, please. On forensics and lawful evidence collection, this year we have a topic on harmonized European forensics approach on drugs analysis. Here we expect to fund 2 projects for 4.5 million each. It's an innovation action with relatively high TRL, and this is a need that came also to us from the policy unit working on organized crime, fighting organized crime, including drugs, and from forensic institutes, notably from European Network of Forensic Science Institutes, ENFSI. So here we have this mixture of 2 police authorities and 2 forensic institutes from at least 3 different EU member states or associated countries. Why it's not 2 + 2 = 4 is because we really think that there is a possibility to also have a police authority and a forensic institute from one same member state or associated country. So that's a sort of margin that we allow for here. Under this topic, we have 2 options that we proposed, option A and option B. Option A is on analyzing chemical analysis of drugs to be able to make connections in investigations between the seized drug and a laboratory and illegal laboratory somewhere in Europe, because this is typically what's missing for police authorities and for forensic institutes, and also to be able to for autopsies to detect drugs and have a bit more a clearer idea of the unfortunate situation of deaths by drugs in Europe. And why? To be able to counter better in both of the cases. So this is option A, chemical analysis of drugs and making connection between cases. And the second one is to develop a mobile toolkit that would be able to detect rape drugs in beverage, in urine, and also facilitate the work of police. And here, of course, it's a question also of privacy that is very important. So these are two options, and as there is quite some work also been doing there, that's why we decided that it's an innovation action and relatively high TRL. And when submitting your proposal, you opt for option A or option B. Next slide, please. FCT03, enhanced prevention, detection, and deterrence of societal issues related to various forms of crime. Here we, this year, opened the topic on community policing, so new methods and technologies in service of community policing and transferable best practices. This is a research action, however, it also has a relatively high TRL. Now, let me explain why. In the past, we had many projects that we funded under community policing. You might remember Trillion, Unity, Inspect2T, CityCop, ICT4Cop. I hope I didn't forget any. And they published some books. There are 2 books that you can easily find online with all their work. So you can have quite a good idea of which methodologies they worked on. However, with the time, there are some societal developments, political developments, the demographic changes, economic changes, locally and internationally, which also change the life of a community in a city. So we want really to sort of revisit methods, think about new methods that would work in this new context, and that is why we thought it would be important to again open this topic. So for more information, you can find the text in the topic, and of course, as TRL is mentioned, please don't forget that this is equally societal and technological, so there should be some balance between the two aspects in the proposal. Thank you. So next slide, please. In increased security of citizens against terrorism, including public spaces, we have this year an open topic. So what we decided this year is the following: to open an open topic on this aspect of counterterrorism and protection of, including protection of public spaces, with a research and innovation action. TRL is a bit broader because it's an open topic, and it depends what you want to propose. However, here we would like to make sure that you understand that this is for new topics that are different than what we've funded lately. And we funded quite a lot on protection of public spaces, on explosives, so please be aware of what has been already funded. We do not wish resubmissions. We don't want proposals that failed previous years to be resubmitted. We want new ideas, things we didn't cover. This is a very fast evolving area. So at the time we were writing the work program, and nowadays there are things that evolved. It's important to really think about some disruptive approaches, some new problematics or new angle of new approach or to an old problem. So really want something new, and that's what's important to underline here under this open topic. And for the rest, it's really open up to you to really propose what you think would fit, take into account these considerations. Next slide, please. On organized crime, prevented and combated, last 2 years, in 21 and 22, we had quite some extensive set of organized crime related topics that were treating different types of organized crime. Trafficking of human beings, cultural goods, firearms, drugs, so just to name a few, corruption as well. So this year we thought to have something that will address from another angle, so organized crime rather horizontally as a service. So we would like to understand now how to help our police authorities understand and gain knowledge on this new modus operandi with hiring crimes on the net, someone doing a crime as a service, how it works, how nowadays with new technological developments the organized crime works. How is it organized? What are the changes with this? Who are the people who engage in such providing such services? What is the aspect of also money transfer in this case? So how are they paid and things like this? So really to increase the intelligence picture for our police authorities, and also as a consequence also develop some tools that would help them in fighting this new type of crime. This is a research innovation action of 4 million euros, and TRL is 5 to 6. And the eligibility conditions are, as in most of the cases, 3 police authorities from at least 3 different EU member states or associated countries. Next slide, please. And the final topic of this year, under the Citizens are Protected Against Cybercrime. And this is a topic that is a bit connected also to the previous one when it comes especially to money, because it's on enhancing tools and capabilities to fight advanced forms of cyber threats and cyber-dependent crimes. Here we want to fund 2 projects of 8 million, so 4 million each, and it's a research and innovation action. And let me also explain why here we wanted this topic. So again, with technological developments in the cyber world is very fastly developing. There are really many new angles of attack There are different new and very fastly advanced approaches to cyber-dependent crimes. So we would like our police authorities to be able to cope well with them, to have tools that would help them in fighting these modern types of cybercrime and cyber-dependent crime, and we would want them to gain knowledge about what these different approaches, types of cybercrime mean, and also so we also expect to have some training and education curricula here. It is connected, as I said, with the previous one, because there might be some complementarities, there might be some duplications. There is also this issue of these services of cyber, well, that the cybercrime nowadays is offered in a form of crime and as a service for anyone willing to pay. So this explains the relation with the previous topic. Again, taking into account the cross-border nature of cyber attacks, we expect cutting-edge investigative approaches. I think that's it. I think I can stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Nada, for this very comprehensive presentation. Let's see the questions.
Yeah, no, there are no specific questions on FCT. There is a general questions about the meaning of destination in our work program. So if anyone wants to clarify this.
Well, yes. Well, our work program is divided destinations. Each destination has a specific area of focus, okay? So this is why we have one destination focusing specifically on fighting crime and terrorism. The other one is in resilient infrastructure, cybersecurity, which will come next, resilient society, disaster, and this is basically what the destination is referring to: a focus on a specific area for security, civil security research.
Thank you, Manolis. And there is an additional question for Sebastian. Sebastian, if you want to take it. In Infra 0101, how strong is inter-regulatory cooperation between member states expected?
Could you repeat inter-regulatory cooperation
between member states? What you expect from this?
For 0101?
Yes.
Yeah, I probably look a little bit surprised because the regulatory cooperation between the member states, this is not at the level of the research that is being performed at this project. This is at the level when the directives has been forged, and actually all the provisions of the directive, these are the leading. This is the leading framework in which we have to execute our researches. So whatever the consortium will consist of, whatever bodies, whatever they represent, I mean the policy making, industry, operators, etc., they still operate only in the legal framework of these directives. So any of the cooperation links are predetermined by the legal base.
Thank you very much. There are no more questions, so back to you, Manolis.
Thank you. So let's move on to another very interesting destination, and this is the calls for disaster resilient society. Without any delay, I will give the floor next to me to a very experienced colleague, Philippe Quevillier. Philippe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manolis. Yes, I'm Philippe Quevillier, and I'm nicknamed Mr. Disaster. I don't know why. Well, I'm dealing with any kind of disasters, so if you want to know everything about prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, I will be your man. Well, I will, maybe I can can I take the hand on your computer because I would like to, yeah, I'm used to open DRS presentations to provide a kind of framework dealing with policy and interaction between different actors. And you will see that most of the topics which are then described will be shortened with this kind of understanding. And with this, I would like to stress about where are we working, with whom are we working at policy level in disaster risk management internationally. And first of all, stressing that we need to ensure that the different links between policies are being established, because when we speak about disaster, we speak about natural hazards, we speak about accidental hazards, we speak about terrorism, intentional hazards. So it covers a very, very large horizon of policies. So we need to ensure that they are well connected and that different actors and disciplines are also working together from the research side to the downstream practitioners. Nothing new in comparison to other thematic areas. And in this context, while we are involving clearly policy sectors, research industry SMEs, practitioners, civil society. Regarding policies, we have to consider the different angles related to different policies from the international level to the national. So when you hear and when you see in topics a reference to the Sendai framework for action, you know that there is this kind of umbrella which is in place on disaster risk management, but there are also a lot of links which are related to different type of disasters, related to climate, for example, hazards, or geohazards, or accidental hazards, and so on. And it's what I wanted to highlight here, that is, if you look at this umbrella, which is a Sendai framework for action on disaster risk reduction, we member states have signed actually this convention, which I would like to stress is not binding. So they are issuing recommendations that are implemented by member states, but they are not binding by law. This in the member states, this Sendai is actually implemented through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, which is under DG ECHO, and under this, there are a lot of actions which are taking through different sectors, different policy sectors. That is different type of directive. On natural hazards, for example, the EU adaptation strategy, on health threats policies, non-intentional, intentional. And here I pass it very quickly because you will have the slides. And if you are interested and willing to get more insight into the policies, I've prepared a small 20 pages document describing all these policies. Don't hesitate to contact me and I will send this document with pleasure. So we have for example, the Water Framework Directive, which is dealing, for example, with drought issues, quantitative aspects of water, the flood directive, flood risk directive, the marine strategy dealing with storms and also marine pollution. Health threats have also decisions on cross-border threats to health. In terms of non-intentional accidental, we have the Civiso 3 directive, which is dealing with accidental incidents. And under the intentional and non-intentional threats, we have a certain number of actions, which are, for example, the Siberian Action Plan, protection of critical infrastructure, protection of public space. Well, it's embedded into the EU internal security strategy. And I would like to stress that here regarding security, we are not speaking here about binding regulations. We are speaking here about recommendations. That is, we don't have an EU security in place. So we are working with member states, leading with recommendations, but they are free or not to follow these recommendations. It has a very strong impact on sometimes the research, the way the research impact are being considered. If you look at directives like the Water Framework Directive, Flood Directive, Marine Strategy, these are EU directives which have been adopted by the Council and Parliament, implemented by the Member States. Transport is national law. They have the obligation legally to implement this law. When we are issuing research related to this directive, it flows much more quicker into the practices because of this binding obligation. When we are speaking about security, we are speaking about regalian aspects, the sovereignty of the states. We cannot impose, in fact, for example, research in security to be flowing. It will be a choice of a member state. I wanted to stress that because it may have very strong impact on the way the research recommendations will be considered in this area. We have a certain number of flagships. It has been already highlighted by my colleagues. On Horizon Europe, there are various programs which are dealing with disasters. If you look at health stress, for example, Cluster 1 is looking at health stress. Cluster 5 is looking at climate extreme, for example, geohazard. Cluster 6 is looking at food, agricultural threats, and so on. We are trying to ensure that the topics are being well complemented by this program. We have also capacity building, the natural links with, for example, ISF, or a project funded by DG ECO, or Life Plus in environment, or Interact project at regional levels. There are continuation which are in place, and with education and training. It will be an ideal world if research would have a natural route to capacity building, education and training. But it's not in place, actually. It is a little bit scattered, and we strongly value those projects which are looking at this, because when you establish such link, you gain a lot of strengths in terms of logical from research to application impact. So here we have networks. You know certainly about networks of practitioners. They are covering different type of threats in DRS, climate hazards, geohazards, CBRNE, health hazards, and obviously there is direct links with market uptake discussions, SME, industry, standard and standardization. And all this, I would say, complicated scheme. If I would have presented that to you, I think you would have flown away from the room, because it's very complex. But it's a case. It's a very complex system. When you look at this piece by piece, it's a little bit more simpler. Here I put the different DGs which are involved in different sectors, different policy sectors, but also in interactions with different research projects. Again, I don't want to say more about this. There is a small paper which is available. If you want this, I can send it to you by mail. It will be with pleasure. I will be quick with regarding the specific impacts, because in fact you will see that they are resulting from the different disaster risk reduction policies. And in particular, we want to ensure that the latest scientific results are being known and used in time when there is, in fact, a disaster event. And I would like simply to give you an example when it does not happen. In July 2021, you certainly know about the flash floods that occurred in Luxembourg, Belgium, and Germany. We had research projects that had anticipated this impact in these areas 24 hours before the event. This data and information were given to the local civil protection and local people, and they did not believe in this. They said, well, what the union is coming, this is a kind of trust issue, and it led to a lot of casualties. This, for me, I can tell you that as a DRS official, I was completely furious about this and sad, because with this scientific information, we could save life. And this is exactly the problem of governance. So here we need to improve this governance to ensure that when we are dealing with scientific information, it is targeting the people locally and regionally who are the users. So enhance understanding and improve knowledge of situational awareness is linked to this. Empowering the citizens. And how do we do that? Well, it's a matter of research. How do we include the citizens in our research to give them the responsibility, I would say, of their risk management as well, not waiting for the public authorities to take an action. We are animals in a way, so we have to learn to survive. If we forget this, well, we are lost. So this is something to quite logical. We have to give them that back to citizens. More cross-sectorial, cross-discipline, including social science, cross-border coordination are essential in disaster risk management cycle, so we are working on it. We are working also on enhanced collaboration and interactions, as I said, with different programs, and for example, different Horizon Europe program, but also spatial technologies with the European Space Agency, and we try to ensure that the first and second responders are aware of this. We are working on issues related to standardization, and here I speak about harmonization and standardization. And it is very, very clear distinction. When we deal with standardization, we are identifying a tool or method, whatever, which will be prone to European standardization and EN standard with a mandate given by an authority, a mandate leading to the EN standard or ISO standard, but with a committee. When we speak about harmonization, we are dealing with a consensus about the tool and methods, which will correspond to a need by a certain community. And when I speak about security, which is sometimes leading with a community, they are preferring harmonized procedure and not binding standardization at EU level, because they want to be they want to have interoperability, but not having this kind of binding obligation. So here we have to allow this to happen and to ensure that our research will contribute to that. But we are also looking at pre-normative research, dealing with standardization, and we are working to try to issue, for example, SEN workshop agreement. I will not make a long story about this, but I want to tell you that there is a very strong ambiguity regarding SEN workshop agreement in the field of security, because it is not a pre-standard. SEN workshop agreement are not pre-standard. They are wrongly considered to do that. So it's kind of conversation that you need to look at if you want to have a proposal in this area. It's quite important. Improve impact forecasting. I told already that we need to focus and strengthen this, not only in climate extreme events, but also geohazards. Improving the capacity of institutions to respond to natural hazards and to rescue people, improving the first phase of emergencies. Well, I will not repeat. Dana mentioned a range of recommendations on other points which are also valid for DRS. So I don't want to stress it again. I simply would like to stress that we are very keen in ensuring that synergies are being built between different projects. So if you are proposing something on flood, for example, research, if you are working in isolation, you will not be credible, because there are a lot of research which are being undertaken in this area. So you need to have a knowledge about the landscape in research. Maybe not all the projects are working and connected together, but you need to show that you know them. When a project is implemented, we are strongly pushing for synergies, because it gives a very strong visibility to the area and a stronger impact towards the end users. We, of course, encourage, I've been a little bit behind what is now the series, so through the community of users, which was in a way my baby. So I will not say the contrary, but please use the series. Please look at what this series platform about exchange is doing. And when you have a proposal, consider that when you are linking with other projects and actors, it could be through the series. It is an instrument which will bring the project with higher visibility. With this, you will have a copy of the slides. So I will not read them all. You have the work program, so don't worry. I will not make a kind of priest blah blah. I will simply like to stress the main headings of this project. The first one is about preparedness of citizens, increase risk awareness and preparedness of citizens. This is quite touchy, because how to reach citizens, how to ensure that we are arriving to the local level and trying to reach citizens. Well, to try to look at the vulnerable groups communication, look at crisis communication, putting the citizens in the center of this crisis management process, validating tools that they might use to improve the diagnosis capability. I'm speaking here about improving social and societal preparedness for response and health emergency. I had a question about this. Is this topic related to pandemics? Well, don't pose this question. We are speaking about health emergencies. It is, I think, quite clear. So we are trying to strengthen the One Health approach, and we are complying with privacy safeguards. You see that here we are looking at, it's a research innovation action of 2 grants of 4 million each, and I will not read. Well, systematically you have the same type of beneficiary. We are trying to push for organizations representing citizens or local communities. You had the response already by Sebastian. we don't have definition, because in different member states, these local communities may be very, very diverse. They can be local associations, they can be NGOs, they can be cities, department, whatever. Actually, it's up to you to decide which are these local communities and to ask, because you will be able to ask questions to REA, and we will be responding to you whether it fits with this very large, actually, umbrella. So first and second responders. Second responders, please don't ask the question also. You have the definition in the call. You can read it. And organization representing local or regional authorities. Regional authorities, well, it can be at Autonomia in Spain, Länder in Germany, region in France. And when we speak about local, we did not want to say cities, because sometimes it's not a single city, but it can be a city, but it can be a group of villages, for example, which are local authorities. So it's quite large. There is no strict definition, but please, make your mind. We are looking at every kind of possible definitions, and we will tell you, if needed, what it is. Second thing, what will happen in case of digital breakdown, which is quite an interesting topic. I don't know who of you have read a book by Barjavel. It was written in the 40s, 45. It was called Carnage, something like that, or Ravage. I don't know, quite horrible. And in fact, it is telling exactly this. From one day to another, no more electricity. So at the time, there are trains flying in the air and so on. Bam, everything is falling apart, and it's a mess. And the society is becoming into a chaos. Well, I don't think it would be the case, but in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, some years ago, there were 3 days of digital breakdown. It has been very, very problematic. It has been really critical. What would happen if we would have to live with these 3 months? It's a good question. My son will be almost dying, They are 24 and 23 and 24. Without their digital access, they will, So what will we do? We need to reflect on this, about prevention and preparedness. So this is about this. It's a research and innovation action. And we wish also to have citizens being represented, and practitioners, and local and regional authorities. The third one is about standardization in response to biological toxin incidents. And here, again, I stress the difference between harmonization and standardization. And we have to really look at the new and existing devices which are available for responders to detect, in fact, biological toxins in real time. Recommendations about decontamination measures also for personals in case of biological incident. It can be an accident or a terrorist attack. European response network and specialist forensic laboratories, looking at the risk for responders, and so on. So this is quite large regarding standardization aspects. It's more harmonization, because for the time being, we will be dealing with what does exist and what kind of common procedures could we define. Maybe the next step will be standardization, but we need to then discuss with other type of people. Don't think that a research project will automatically deal with a standard. It's not the way. There is a very long process. Regarding the first one, here we have been working on establishing networks of training centers on CBRN, which was actually a small number of training centers which are used to train first responders. It's a fantastic opportunity for us to see this infrastructure potentially used for validating research outputs. So the research that you are developing and which are under development, very often there are field trials that are being carried out everywhere. Here, if we have a structure and network which can enable this research to be tested with people who have this profession and this kind of capacity, it will be absolutely amazing. So now we try to push this initiative forward to enlarge it at EU level and international level. So it's why we are hoping that it will be of interest to the Center of Excellence, or CBRN Center of Excellence, outside the European Union. And it's why we put that in the criteria. looking at training centers which are also out from the union. And that's it. The fifth one is about robotics. I was been asked whether there are gender issue. I don't know. I'm not sure that angels have sex or robots. I'm not sure either. Here it's really technological. It's really looking at UGV systems to supplement skills for use in hazardous environment in support of first and second responders. So here you see that there is a clear willingness to get ahead on future shortcoming for first responder personnel, increasing their efficiency, conduct on-scene operation remotely without endangering first responders, looking at where European robots industry is placed regarding these aspects and how we can help the industry with research and so on. So this is also research and innovation action with 8 million, so 2 grants of each of 4 million, with TRL 6 to 8 expected. Why 6 to 8? Because we have already funded some project on robotics. We hope that the technology maturity readiness level is, I would say, sufficiently high at this stage. And the last one is about technology solutions, coordination and decision support system for first responders at the last kilometer emergency service. What happens in this last kilometer? There is very often a chaos for first responders to reach the point of the event for a number of reasons. It can be linked to roads which are not practicable anymore, with people who are actually being evacuated. So we need to look at what can we do regarding this support to first responders, evaluating the existing technologies, trying to see where drones, artificial intelligence sensors can help, testing these kind of solutions. And in particular, there is an example in improving such an operation in smoky environment. For example, in the case of wildfires, it's clearly a response of dramatic events that took place in the last years, in particular in Portugal. So this is a research and innovation action of 3.5 million euro. It's just, you will see that the description is not so large. It's to give you the opportunity to describe actually the real needs. There is nothing hidden. It's just an open topic where we are very, very keen to see what will be the proposals in this area. And with this, I thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive presentation and for the many insights you've given to all of us today. I hope that they have been appreciated. And now I would like to ask to see if we have questions on Slido that you can address.
Yes, we have questions for Philippe. The first one is on the RS 0101 on expected outcome. Someone asks if, with several definitions of resilience, if there are specific background documents that they should consider.
Could you repeat, please?
The question is about the meaning of resilience. The person says there are several definitions. Do you have any specific background documents to use to understand what resilience is in this context?
Well, you need to look at the Sierra Directive. I think that Sebastian, there is a definition about resilience in the Sierra Directive. So you have referenced the document. I will not give you a definition. You have indeed some in the policy background, like the Sierra Directive. The Sendai Framework for Action is providing a definition about resilience. It's also mentioned in the UCP, the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Rely on this definition. We are not inventing a definition for this topic. And I know that there are a lot of definitions, different definitions. Please look at those who are, I would say, sensitive regarding policy.
Okay, thank you, Philippe. Second question, is it necessary to mention all the different policies and strategies relevant for DRS in the proposal?
No, because you would die. It's so complex, to cover them everything. My advice is indeed to focus and to give a justification why you are focusing on typical threats rather than others. You give a good justification, unless you want to have an overall approach, but you don't need 4 million euro. You need 40 million euro in this case.
Okay, thank you. Next one refers to DRS 0105. And the question is, can a national civil protection agency participate instead of a local or regional disaster response authority?
What's the difference? Does the civil protection, I would say, authority, in place at local level, is not considered a local authorities? They are actually. They are part of the system. Firefighters, for example, departmental sectors in this in French, for example, are considered to be local authorities. They are first responders, but they are also part of the decision-making process.
Maybe for the formal aspect, in the department description, you can mention, let's say, the local agency, because there must be one.
Yeah, I would like to stress that in many cities, you have people who are from the civil protection department. When you are dealing with the disaster risk management, you will find someone from the civil protection, so they are part of the system.
Thank you, Philippe. Next one is about vulnerable groups covered in the topic, but the topic is not indicated. Maybe it's the cause in general. Are animals and animal welfare in crisis preparedness covered by the call?
Well, it is not explicitly mentioned in the proposal, so it's really up to the proposers to decide whether it's important. In fact, the only topics which to my mind, but it's not for 2003, where we are speaking about animal welfare, is in 2024, when we speak about the threats to food poisoning and agricultural poisoning. This is exactly, directly relevant to animal welfare. Here, there is no specificities. We did not give any specificities. So it's up to people to decide whether it's an important, and you justify it. You just, people, or the evaluators will take that into account very seriously.
Thank you, Philippe. Can you give examples of what can be identified as an organization representing citizens or local community?
Well, this is again, it's difficult to say because we don't have any definition. But there are some associations, for example, of volunteers, which can be either at national level or regional level. That is bringing people together, and when there is a disaster event, they will, I would say, ask their members to support the first responders. And in a way, they can be, in this case, considered as second responders. This is one example. But you have also a lot of associations where citizens will associate themselves to protect a given area regarding very given threats. And they form actually a very strong, even political force in protecting the environment and protecting the citizen. They are working with local authorities, the cities, municipalities in general, but it's really difficult to say there is one category of a citizen association, because they can be association, under different laws. There is in French, for example, Loi 1901. In French, it's called ASBL, association without lucrative benefits, or something like that. Or you have associations which are closely linked with cities. Well, if you have a doubt, please ask, and we will help you to say yes or no. This can be considered as a citizen association.
But we are quite open when we check the eligibility
We
of
are.
this
We
kind
are
of
very, yeah.
representatives. There is no, it's not so strict.
Yeah.
Say.
Yeah,
Always up to you to explain how they cover this this kind of condition. Another question is about Turkey, and especially if there is any kind of collaboration with this country that you think is important in the DRS topics.
Yeah, we have mentioned. I should have maybe said that. I don't really remember in which topic that Turkish partners may be considered. It's not an obligation at all. There are some topics where indeed we are giving an incentive for a partner having partnership with Turkey. It's again, it's not mandatory, but it is something which is welcome.
Okay, then someone asks the definition of digital breakdown.
Well, digital breakdown. I don't. Digital breakdown. Well, how can I say? It's when if the system, the digital system is stopping from one day to another. You know, what can I say more? Digital breakdown. Now, pitch, everything is extinguished. No electricity, no energy. I think it's quite straightforward. You cannot listen to me, anymore. I have to scream. No, I think I don't think if there. I don't know if there is a definition for this. It's simply that everything
Well.
stops, but suddenly.
Okay. I think it's the breakdown of anything is needed to keep the digital communications in place.
Exactly.
Then another question about DRS 0105. Are ground robots the only target platform in this topic, or unmanned aerial vehicles are also acceptable? They ask about DRS 0105. If ground robots are the only target platform in this topic, or if even if UAVs can be considered. We should check specifically.
Yeah, it's robotic. No, UAV are
Yeah.
considered. It's not only ground. No. It's UAV. I think it's.
Yeah.
I will check that. I'll check that again, but it's also related to UAV.
I don't think we have any restrictions on type of technologies if they can solve the issue. Let's say it's suggestions, but it's not limitations. Direi questa qua.
No. Well, it's open. It's open to UAV.
Yeah, we never limit. Like, you can give maybe suggestions, but not limitations. Okay, last one, and then we have to move on. We will try to reply to the others directly to the person who asked. So this one, I think it's quite important. What is the difference between first and second responders?
Please read the definition. I don't know the definition of second responder by heart. If you look at the definition in the work program, there is a little asterisk with a full definition of second responder. Please read the definition.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think that the other questions are very specific, and maybe we can ask directly to the people who asked.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Philippe.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Philippe. Running again a little late, but thank you. It was very interesting and very informative. We should have a brief break, and I say brief because we would need to make it 10 minutes rather than 15. So if we can have you back at 4:15, that would be great. Thank you. Yes, 10 minutes. Production. So sometimes we are shooting to 10 minutes because they come 5, 10 minutes later. Please, I have to say that. Then compress.
Once.
Well.
border event in Madrid.
Could please take your seat again?
I'm trying to do that. But you're starting now. Oh, good. Oh, but afterwards. I, of course. The thing is that how would you, how would you advertise the project? Yanis is aware of the event. Yanis is aware of the event. The event you're doing in Madrid.
Okay, we will start the presentation in a moment.
Yanis.
So now it's my pleasure. So the coffee break is over now. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague Giulio Mancini, who is our area coordinator for border management.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. A very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the interest in this year's calls, and hopefully and especially for the topics in the border management destination. My name is Giulio Mancini. I'm a colleague from the same unit in DG Home of the coordinators who presented just before the coffee break. I coordinate the border management innovation area, including the border management destination of cluster 3. Just an overview and some quick general points before diving in the topics of this year's call. A reminder from the expected impacts of the research that we intend to fund in the topics of the border management destination. You know them very well from the work program, at least if you're interested in the topics and the areas of the border management destination. The general expected impact for the border management destination is that legitimate passenger and shipments, so both flows of people and flows of goods, travel more easily into the EU, while illicit trades, trafficking, piracy, terrorist and other criminal acts are prevented due to improved air, land, and sea border management and maritime security, including better knowledge on social factors. And we try to address and move and fund research and innovation to build capabilities to contribute to this expected impact through the topics in the work program and pursuing 3 specific impacts which roughly, not exactly, but roughly correspond to the 3 areas in which the destination border management is organized. And the areas remain throughout the Horizon Europe Cluster 3 work program in the destination border management. which, if you're familiar with the destination, you may recognize an area on border surveillance and maritime security capabilities, an area on border checks and travel facilitation capabilities, and an area on customs and supply chain capabilities. So the specific impacts, the three specific impacts, correspond roughly to the three areas, and the research topics for every year that each year are specified under the three areas are intended to contribute to the specific impacts, to one of these specific impacts. A few general points and reminders that we think are useful and important to keep in mind in general, regardless of which specific research topic you think you would be particularly interested in this year. First, a couple of general recommendations or suggestions. Two, even if you think that you're very interested in a specific topic or a specific area because you're specialized in that, please consider to read and study the whole Cluster 3 work program, the introduction to the destination border management, the introduction to the general work program, and also have a look to other destinations, have a look specifically to the horizontal SSRI destination that our colleague Yannis will present in detail later, as well as from the policy context. Try to keep up to date with the relevant policy context for border management capabilities, border security capabilities, EU policy priorities and planning for border management and border security policies. Why? Because, of course, it's an evolving, as all policy context is an evolving area. The work program has been written some time ago already, and especially your research project will work some time from now, looking even more in the medium to long-term future. You are research and innovation projects. You look at the future. Try to be up to date with the evolving policy context, because these, in Cluster 3 specifically, of course, including in border management destination, are applied research and innovation project on security innovation that serve European security policy objectives. This also links to something that other colleagues mentioned or alluded to before. Border management capabilities are organized. We organize the Cluster 3 destinations and the topics within the destination largely based on which are the practitioners' communities for which the capabilities that the research and innovation will develop are meant for. Border authorities and coast guards, customs, they will likely be topics in the border management destination. Law enforcement, police forces, etc. will likely be topics in the FCT destination. However, several capabilities areas may be relevant for a number of communities. Border management capabilities, the ability to control, secure, or facilitate legitimate flows across borders are linked, of course, to the protection against criminal activity, terrorist activity, dangerous or illegal activities, or hazards, threats, natural disasters. Think to maritime security, for example. So also appreciate the links with other destinations. As well as keep up to date with the relevant border management security policy context, including those that are mentioned in the work program and those that may update over the years on the European integrated border management strategy, for example, or on the Schengen strategy, for example. Wow. So that's a general recommendation. As I mentioned, the destination on border management is organized into three areas: efficient border surveillance and maritime security, where border surveillance includes but doesn't limit to maritime border surveillance, and maritime security includes but does not limit to sea border surveillance. So it also includes land and, in some extent, air border surveillance, and also includes maritime security capabilities beyond the mere sea border surveillance. Secured and facilitated crossing of external borders, and better customs and supply chain security. A reminder and highlight on the role and the collaboration with EU agencies, EU decentralized agencies, in particular in this destination, Frontex and EULISA. The colleagues from the agencies presented and talked about exactly this just before the lunch break. Just a reminder that these agencies will be particularly interested in in projects that will be funded in some specific topics, which, if you know what the agencies do and what the topics are about, is pretty straightforward. These topics are indicated in the work program. If a project that is going to be funded under the topic, the project should expect an active engagement from Frontex or from EULISA doing the project. Active engagement means being interested in what the project is doing, following the project achievements, demonstrations, having a help from the agencies in promoting the results of the projects with a larger user base. So it's an opportunity. But at the proposal stage, you do not need to scramble and trying to engage with Frontex or with EULISA. That is not needed. That's also why we structured and improved the collaboration with the agencies. A reminder, we already have it from before in Horizon Europe. If a project proposal, a research project, is planning to use EU space programs if planning to use space capabilities like positioning and or Earth observation, they have to use EU space programs positioning like Galileo EGNOS, and it's strongly recommended that they use EU space programs for Earth observation like Copernicus in developing their solutions, which makes a lot of sense also in the light of the EU open strategic autonomy. Useful to remind for uptake what happens and planning what happens after the research project if the research project aims to a high enough technology readiness level as target. There are, and try to be aware of what are the EU instruments that may allow uptake, especially from the demand side, from the authority side. These are mainly in the destination border management, the EU Integrated Border Management Fund, IBMF, in the components of the border management and visa instrument and the custom control equipment instrument. If you work as you have to with practitioners in your consortium, is very good if the practitioners, authorities have an awareness on what could be the potential exploitation of these instruments in the medium to long term after the research, if the research arrives to a certain level. And of course, being border management, the capabilities built by RNI in this destination could clearly be relevant to be better prepared for potential future challenges, including those highlighted by the crisis as those in Ukraine since 2022. These are the few points, general points. They're really re-highlights and repetitions that are also relevant for border management destination of general aspects that have been highlighted also by Sebastian, Nada, and Philippe before. The integration of considerations about ethics, protection of fundamental rights, privacy, especially when develop potential future solutions for border management, think to border checks, for example. The compatibility with other systems, including legacy systems, because, of course, we want to improve also the usability of potential upcoming solutions for the capabilities, the operational capabilities of practitioners, and other aspects that have also been mentioned in the morning, and things to consider in the context of your proposal, education and training, how to plan and convincingly describe how you're going to validate and demonstrate if you are proposing a research proposal for a relatively high TRL, and so on and so forth. Overview of the topics of call 2022, 23. Sorry. So this year we have topics that cover all three areas of the border management destinations. We have two topics under the first area, efficient border surveillance and maritime security. One topic under the area secured and facilitated crossing of external border, and one topic under the area better customs and supply chain security. We have both research and innovation actions type of action and innovation action type of action. And I also draw your attention to the minimum eligibility criterion, which also responding to some input and comments from the community of border management practitioners, as well as thanks to the established cooperation with the agencies, are fixed at a minimum eligibility criterion of 2 border or coast guard or customs authorities from 2 different member states or associated countries per proposal. So relatively easier minimum eligibility criterion compared to the past. So looking at the topics of this year, first area and first topic, capabilities for border surveillance and situational awareness. So here, I highlight that we look at research and innovation for solutions for border surveillance, regardless of the type of border that you would be addressing. This could apply for sea borders, land borders, and to a certain extent, air borders. It's not focused or limited to one border type. Proposals can address one or more of border types. You have the expected outcomes listed there from the work program text. I'm not going to read through them. Just a couple of highlights and things to underline. One is that part of the innovation here that we're looking here is also on not only on performance, let's say technological performance, but also efficiency, sustainability, cost efficiency, resource efficiency. That could be, actually should be part of the targeted innovation, including but not only. Of course, capabilities for surveillance and situational awareness and monitoring per se are also pursued. A second objective and innovation objective is flexibility. Flexibility for which areas to target, the ability to transfer and scale up or scale down surveillance capabilities in different border areas, reprogrammability of focus of border surveillance capabilities and capacities depending on where priorities move, and so on and so forth. This is one of the topics that are flagged as of interest for Frontex, for the BCGA, for the European Border and Control, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency. So it's one of the topics where funded projects would expect an engagement from them. Second topic from the area efficient border surveillance and maritime security is a topic more focused on maritime security itself. Identify, inspect, neutralize unexploded ordnance at sea. This is addressing a capability need and a risk and a threat, both a potential safety risk and a potential security risk that has been identified or including by the EU. There are recent studies published by the Commission, as well as previous projects, including funded by the European Maritime Affairs and Fisheries Fund, on studying this problem and identifying the capability needs, including technological gaps that could be addressed by research and innovation, on addressing a potential and actually a very a potential but really upcoming risk from unexploded ordnance at sea that are really old unexploded ordnance. Sometimes we're talking of 80, 100 years old. That may be slowly representing a risk based on corrosion, based on availability, and so on and so forth. A very important clarifying aspect here is that we are looking at civilian capabilities and civilian aspects of this. Of course, this is also something that is also addressed from the military aspect, but is quite different. The military, of course, addressed similar threats from the point of view of mine countermeasures, as well as demining. But there is an increasing civilian capability need, as well as civilian interest of maritime security and maritime safety on this. You can think to the economic interest, to the increasing activities at sea, as well as the need of civilian capacity to do this. So this is very, very important. Also thinking to what kind of approach and what kind of operators to have in the consortium. The capability objectives of this topic are they can be one or more of a few ones that are listed in the topic text, and that go from mapping what is the risk, including geographical mapping of these threats in the European seas and various basins, to assessment of the risk and the threat, to identification of them, the detection, identification, up to manipulation, retrieval, and possibly neutralization. A research topic doesn't need to address all these capability needs at the same time. They can focus on one part or another part, or only one aspects or all aspects, but they are listed in the topic text. Moving on to the second area, secured and facilitated crossing of external borders. We have one topic this year, beyond the state-of-the-art biometrics on the move for border checks. This research topic looks at funding research for biometrics technologies, as well as biometrics acquisition, biometrics validation, and biometrics storage securely that can be used in the context of border crossing. The current biometrics, of course, as you know, in the context of border crossing are mainly fingerprints and 2D facial images. This research topic looks at potential other biometrics modalities, as well as secure ways to handle those biometrics data. Here, of course, the interest is the on the move, the ability to have biometric-based identification of people without having to stop them, and without having the traveler to do difficult things or burdensome things, or if they are traveling in a vehicle, or if they're traveling in a family, and so on and so forth. Last but not least, the one topic of this year in the area secured and facilitated crossing of external borders. Sorry, I didn't change here. In the area better customs and supply chain security. The topic is interoperability of systems and equipment at tactical level, between equipment and databases, and or between databases of threats and materials. Here, we'll look at developing at RNI to develop capabilities for customs. One of the capability needs of the customs is being able to have different detection equipment talk to each other and exchange information on detection capacity, on detected threats, on detected substances, the ability for equipment and systems to talk to each other and be interoperable. So this is the first focus and goal of this topic. The other aspect is also on interoperability for custom detection equipment, but more looking at the availability and interoperability of reference spectra. So the reference data for target substances that usually illegal and or dangerous substances that customs want to find. One capability need and gap in perspective is exactly being able to keep up to date with what the customs are looking for that could be dangerous and they want to find. How to keep up to date with that and how to securely and effectively and reliably exchange that. So focusing on interoperability at tactical level and on databases of threats and materials. That is all from me on the topics of this year. So thank you very much. I'm open to questions and of course, best of luck for the preparation of your proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulio. Straight to Cristina.
So there are three questions. So the first one regarding BM0102, which ranges of depths should be considered, e.g. down to 500 meters? It's very, very specific.
Do I answer directly?
Yes.
We don't have an indication on that. There are different. It's an interesting question. Thank you for that. There are actually different analysis of threats and potential risk at different depths. I would suggest you to look up for the Commission study on UXOs, which is from 2022. I'm pretty sure it's also indicated in the work program text, which should, because it was from last year. If not, we can publish in an FAQ, but you can easily Google it and find it, and it will also explain the different risks that have been identified at different depths.
Thank you, Giulio. Next one is about potential use of military contribution to BM0102. So someone asks if there is a space for civil-military cooperation and how to reflect this in the proposal for BM0102.
Thank you for the question. BM0102 focuses on the civilian capabilities and the civilian aspects of dealing with the potential maritime safety and maritime security risks of UXOs. It doesn't exclude that if some authorities, I'm thinking to navies, for example, navies in some countries also have civilian tasks, coastguarding tasks, for example. If that's the case, they can participate as actually they have done in other cases on maritime security research and innovation projects from topics of our program. They can participate, but focusing on developing civilian capabilities. They should not participate with the focus of developing a military task or a military application, which is also excluded from Horizon Europe.
Yeah, and I would like to recall what the colleagues presented in the morning about this distinction. What counts is whether or not the application is of civilian nature or of military nature.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Then there is a question that is more of general interest, applicable to all the topics, and it's how do we demonstrate in the proposal that collaborations with other projects and programs are in place? I don't know if you want to reply, Giulio, or anyone else from DGO.
Well, I can reply with the border management area in mind, and then maybe colleagues can complement. In quite a few topics of this year, we indicate in all of them we indicate you should demonstrate to be aware of what are the other relevant initiatives, including other relevant projects. In some, we even indicate specific topics code. If that's a topic from the past, it's quite easy today to find out which projects have been selected under that topic. It's also easy to use the area organization within destinations to find out which other projects have been funded in the past and possibly ongoing now on that. I guess what we cannot, let's say, oblige anyone to cooperate, nor we cannot really judge the quality of a collaboration from what's written on a proposal. But certainly what is valued is demonstrated that you are aware and that you can credibly describe how things can fit together and collaborate together as it makes sense. So at least I would say that for the BM part.
Okay, then there is a question related to BM 0101, but it is more, let's say, focusing on eligibility of participants. So maybe I can give the answer for this. So someone asks if Swiss, Norwegian, or British companies or academies are eligible to participate in BM 0101. So there is no specific restriction in terms of eligibility for BM 0101. The only restriction we have this year is for Infra 0101, where only EU member states can participate. For all the other topics, including BM 0101, the general rules applies. It means that EU member states, associated countries, and the other countries indicated in general annexes are automatically eligible. For the others, meaning third countries and international organizations, they can be eligible on an exceptional basis when experts think that their presence in the project is an added value, and indicates also why. This will be reported in the final reports from the experts. But there are no specific, let's say, restrictions for this topic. There are no more questions. So there is, if you allow me, Manolis, Martin, to give the floor to our colleague Sebastian, because we left one question on FCT 0105 that was not answered. So Sebastian would like to give the answer in this respect.
Thank you again.
So the question, Sebastian, let me read the question. The question is for FCT 0105, could you specify what do you mean with crime as a service? And in this respect, if it is correct to focus on OC framework in general without a specific reference to crime as a service?
Yes, thank you. So for this topic, FCT 0105, first of all, on the definition, we have to remember that here in the research domain, we very often are faced with new phenomena that are not yet fully codified and not...
You can be seen there. If you can come here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry, they can't.
So we are faced with new phenomena that are not always well explained and codified. So actually, this is part of the whole process what the research is for. And here I can only advise, as I did at the beginning of this presentation, you should read it in the policy context. Here also what is important is take into the consideration the opinion of the key stakeholders, namely for this one that will be Europol. So anyone who is applying for the call, I would also ask to look, for example, at the SOCTA report and how Europol is explaining that phenomena and what we know today about it. So that's very important to take into consideration. And now continuing with the second question. Why we ask for investigating into this topic is because the landscape is changing. What so far was our understanding of the organized crime, its structures, the way it operates, it's changing. So this crime as a service can be also a challenge for the legal framework. And on many occasions, what you can do as law enforcement, it really depends what you are dealing with. So, for example, certain techniques, tools, and the legal frameworks are good to deal with the organized crime, but not so much with the pickpocketing, because it really depends what kind of crime you're addressing. And this is, of course, the outcome of the balance between the privacy and the security, which is not an easy one. So here, when you are investigating, you are supposed to test the current framework against the development of this new phenomena. So I would say that analyzing only the organized crime without taking into consideration this new thing is not a good approach, because at the end of the day, we will not have the outcome, I mean the test of the current legislation versus the new phenomena that we experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Okay, so no more questions so far. So, there is a question in the audience. Ettore. Thank you.
With respect to biometrics on the move, is there any established harmonized protocol in terms of operational doctrine and environment, the setting that operates at the borders of the member countries? Or is it envisaged to be in place in the future? And if so, where can one get the information on that? In terms of ambient environment?
Thank you very much. Yes, there is, but it's obviously focused on the current border checks, which are based on fingerprints and 2D photograph facial images, and those are the Schengen Border Code and the related regulation on how the biometrics of travelers, third country national travelers that come into the EU are taken, etc., etc. Which can be easily found online if you search for the Schengen Border Code, etc., which is certainly relevant for context. But at the same time, if we are doing research, with the important caveat that we're doing research, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're developing the future EU border checking system. We're doing research on technological capabilities to explore them. On also biometrics on the move, which are not, as it is today, how biometrics of travelers are taken. Of course, you wouldn't have an established standard operating procedures on how to do that exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, Giulio. So back to you, Manolis, Martin, for the, I think, last presentation.
Voilà. And I hand over to my colleague Giannis Skiadaresis for the SSRI destination.
Many thanks. Good afternoon from my side. My name is Yannis Kedaresis, and I'm the area coordinator of the so-called area Strengthen Security Research and Innovation. And with this area, we are trying to tackle issues that are of transversal nature, issues that exist to more than one destination, and they don't have a thematic focus. And that is why I will try to explain to you a bit what is the reasoning behind the destination, but also the different topics that we have for 2023. Can I have the clicker? For the slides. Thanks. So here in the first slide, you can see how we structure the work program, a work program which is structured in 6 destinations. The destinations we discussed the whole day: the disaster risk reduction, border security, infrastructure resilience, fighting crime and terrorism, and cybersecurity. And of course, the strengthened security research and innovation, which is an area on a capability-based approach planned. We define first the capabilities, we define the needs, and then we do research in order to cover potential gaps that exist. And then in the end, the ultimate aim is to have the end users that will use the tools that are actually produced from our destinations. So this cycle is called capability-based cycle, and we try to close it. We try to have innovation uptake, as we say. This is why the area and our security research is end-user oriented, and we do applied research, which is there to be used by the end users. Has a societal dimension, so also takes care of the citizens' involvement and ideas on how they perceive the technology, but also makes potential synergies on the market and how we can actually consolidate a very fragmented security ecosystem, especially at the market dimension. In this slide here, I have a bit of a snapshot on the factors that are hindering innovation uptake, hindering or enabling. We have done a study to explain how EU investment for the development of those capabilities that we are discussing the whole day are supporting our policy priorities. And basically, one of the biggest challenges that we are facing is innovation uptake. Innovation uptake here is understood as the, let's say, research which remains research and is not acquired at the end and used by the ultimate end user. And this is one of the biggest problems that we are facing, because we cannot have impact without before having uptake of innovation. And then the aim with the destination is to create a favorable environment to generate specific knowledge, to foster a structured dialogue between the different actors in the market, but also in the different policy side, exploit it as a catalyst of innovation, the research and innovation to be exploited and exploit the uptake of those solutions, but also to conduct cross-cutting security research. Here you can see on the left-hand side a list of hindering factors such as protection and clarity of IP, or market fragmentation, or lack of foresight on evolving of end user requirements, the challenges associated with public acceptance of the technology, or challenges of institutional market that exist. And then on the right-hand side of this little graph, you can see the enabling factors, such as funding mechanisms and synergies that we've been talking all the whole day. The importance of have this pipeline connection between the different parts of the funding schemes, to have research and then procurement funds follow up, but also the procurement mechanisms and users' involvement since the inception of the idea, which here I would like also to stress that for your proposals, now is the time. Please involve the end users in the whole preparation of the project, because it's crucial that they provide requirements and that they stay engaged, keep on engaging during the life cycle of the projects, because they are the ones that in the end they will use the technology in the market. So the destination is structured in 3 different pillars. The first one is stronger pillar for security research and innovation, with the aim to have a more efficient evidence-based development of capabilities, with a systematic analysis-intensive security research and innovation cycle. Meaning here we are trying to tackle issues that exist in the different methodological frameworks, for example. We try to harmonize different methodologies or different approaches across research domain. The second pillar is the increased innovation uptake of security research and innovation outcomes, where we aim to have more industrialization, commercialization, and adoption, deployment of the different successful outcomes of security research. And here, some tools coming from innovation procurement are included, meaning the pre-commercial procurement tools, the PCPs, that I will speak in a bit about. And then the third pillar is the cross-cutting knowledge for common security solutions, with the aim here again to have knowledge and value in cross-cutting matters, so meaning issues that exist in more than one sector. So to reduce the sector-specific bias and break the thematic silos between the different thematic areas. So here, from my side, as my colleagues did previously, I would like to urge you to read the introduction of the destination, because all of these things that I'm saying now are very well described there. Don't jump right to the topic that you are interested in, but please read the introduction of the destinations before. In the next slide, you see a snapshot of the different topics for this year. We have the SSRI 0101, which is a CSA, and the budget is 2 million euros, and the expected contribution is to the number of projects that are expected to be funded are 2. And it's the preparatory action for the pre-commercial procurement. And the second one is the SSRI 0102, which is an innovation action focusing on SMEs, with the overall budget 4.5 million, and the expected EU contribution is 1.5 million for 3 projects to be funded. Now, on the specifics, the first one, the SSRI 0101, is called Open Grounds for Pre-Commercial Procurement, and this topic aims to prepare for the next cycle of PCPs. Here, we try to consolidate the demand of innovative security technologies to have a group of public buyers, basically, with a common need to be expressed, and to make, without prescribing the technical solution, just to identify the common need. And then following that, this will be followed up by the PCP, by the pre-commercial procurement. So first we have this group of buyers here with common need, as I said, capability need, to have a better informed decision-making related to investment of innovative security technologies, and also to have here, let's say, all the preparatory action before launching the real PCP afterwards, to do the open market consultation and also the innovative tendering guidance, and to agree on the common validation procedures and the requirements that will come later in the PCP. In this graph here, you can see a small explanation how the pre-commercial procurement scheme works. So innovation procurement stands for a two-stage approach, basically, of a preparatory action as we have this year. This is the CSA that we have in SSRI 0101 in 2023. And this will be followed up afterwards with a pre-commercial procurement project with the aim to have, let's say, informed procurement decision. So a group of buyers with a common capability will open an antagonistic situation that all the suppliers will try to compete to sell to the technical tools that meet this open capability need, basically. So here now we have the preparatory action, and this will be continued by the pre-commercial procurement in the next years. So why this CSA is important? Because it gives the opportunity to applicants to consolidate the demand side. Of course, it de-risks the preparation of the PCP and also fosters the grounds for the successful PCP afterwards, which is also very crucial because we have such a small time limit, basically. And then saves the resources and time. The topic here requires participation as beneficiaries of at least 6 end-user organizations, as well as at least 3 public procurers from at least 3 different member states or associated countries. The aim here, again, I repeat, is the acquisition of R&D services for development in innovative technologies or different tools and techniques that will enhance solutions in different areas. For example, we have border management, fighting crime and terrorism, or protection of critical infrastructure. So thematically is really open. So you can find and consolidate a group of buyers and then apply for this topic. And now for the SSRI 0102, accelerating uptake through open proposals for advanced SME innovation. So the idea is to fund 3 projects, small-scale projects, and to help and support SMEs in bringing innovative solutions into the market. So here the idea is to develop, so we have the development of mature technological solutions that are addressing EU security policy priorities from research. And these proposals here, these projects will facilitate the access to the market for the SMEs. So we enhance the link between suppliers and public buyers with this topic. We improve the cooperation. We try to improve the cooperation between public buyers, but also with the SMEs startups on innovation response in short and medium-term needs. So technologies that are mature and they will be close to the market. And then to have stronger partnerships between SMEs, EU industry, but also technology actors that ensure sustainability of innovation ecosystem. This is why the aim, again, is to focus on mature technological solutions that are addressing EU security policy priorities, not overlapping with the scope of the topics included in other destinations. So please do not apply in this topic the same proposal as in other areas. To foster the collaboration between SMEs and the member states or associated countries, and also to involve the security end users as the role of the validator of the technology, and to have, let's say, long-term testing of the technology in order to validate it and to make it more mature. And last, here we have the consortia that must include as beneficiaries a minimum of 3 or maximum 7 partners, so rather small consortia. 2 SMEs must be from 2 different member states parts of this consortium. And then 1 end user organization, at least in the proposal, from one of the other specific destinations, naming fighting crime and terrorism, disaster resilient society, resilient infrastructure, or border management. And at least 2 member states must be represented in the consortium overall. So please pay attention on these rules here, because of course it seems a bit complicated, but this will help SMEs to be more innovative and to foster this uptake of their innovation. So that is why we have as a caveat here 50% of the budget that must be allocated to SMEs, and non-SMEs, for example RTOs, is not excluded, but it must be limited to the 15% of the budget. So it's a topic very well targeting SMEs. And I think I will stop here and looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Yes, okay. There is only one question for Yannis regarding SSRI 0101, but it's more or less about eligibility, but I will pass it to you. Can research organizations, not end users or public procurers from associated countries participate and or coordinate proposals for this call?
So basically the idea is to consolidate a group of buyers, and if this requirement is fulfilled, let's say, RTOs could actually, yes, participate, but the eligibility is, again, here, as I mentioned before, the group of buyers needs to be well represented and well consolidated. So as I said, as beneficiaries, we need at least 6 end user organizations and at least 3 public procurers from 3 different member states, minimum.
I think the question was about the associated country.
Yeah. For associated countries as well. But for the RTO part, yes, RTO can participate if we fulfill the requirement of the end users.
So there is no eligibility restriction, but it must make sense with respect to what is requested specifically in the topic description, basically. Okay, this was the last question, at least on Slido. Unless there are questions from the audience, we can go ahead with the next presentation.
Excellent. So
Okay.
let's get to the last destination, last but not least. So far this has been also quite a lot a DG Home and a REA show, but I'm also very glad to be joined here by the colleagues from DG Connect, and Dinos Kokosis will present the cybersecurity destination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last one, so I'm not sure everyone is tired, but it's like dessert. Best is kept for last. So I'm going to present the destination on which is increased cybersecurity and a more secure online environment. So what is the aim of this destination is increased cybersecurity and a more secure online environment. And how is this going to be achieved? By developing and using EU and member states' capabilities in digital technologies, while at the same time respecting privacy and rights. Specifically, this destination, it aims to promote knowledge and create synergies and spread information. It aims also to feed research into policy, and this is a very important topic because it's connected to the Cybersecurity Act and various policy activities of cybersecurity. It also complements the Digital Europe program. That is also another important program. And the difference also is that DEP focuses more on the industry. And to that end, I also would like to say that there is an information day for the Digital Europe program calls that will be on the 5th of July, and they will be organized by the European Cybersecurity Center. I invite you to register and attend. Now coming back to cluster 3 and the destination. So I'm going to jump straight to point 2 and say that this destination aims to contribute to the European Cybersecurity Center, as well as the network of NCCs, so National Coordination Centers, which are crucial in achieving the impact and the mentioned before, as well as point 1, which is to support the implementation of the EU cybersecurity strategy. Point 3 aims to ensure the safety of industrial data as well as personal data. Lastly, I'm going to merge the last ones and say that the destination aims at strengthening aspects such as self-healing, AI, cryptography, quantum technology, and other. In short, I'm going to summarize this this slide. In short, the destination will defend the integrity of the digital single market and other EU high standards on privacy and data. It will keep an eye out to the most vulnerable organizations and individuals, and it will implement a security by design and privacy by design principles in cybersecurity policy areas. Now, going into the juicy part, which is the topics. So we have 3, which is CS01, which is the system security and security lifetime management, secure platforms and digital infrastructure. We have CS02, which is privacy preserving and identity technologies. And we have this CS03, which is secure disruptive technologies. I would just say that more or less we expect in the first 2 to have 4 projects, and in the last one we expect to have 2 proposals. Now, going into each topic, I'm not going to go ahead. I'm not going to go through the whole expected outcomes. You can read them online. But I will mention that proposals should aim to address a need for proactive and automated detection, analysis, and mitigation of cybersecurity attacks, and specifically for IT deployments and in application domains such as, for example, smart cities. They should opt for integrating end-to-end security and user-centric privacy in complex distributed platforms. And we highly encourage to look into identifying and analyzing potential regulatory aspects and barriers for the developed technologies where relevant. Now, do you need to address all these in your proposals? No. You can concentrate on whichever ones you deem necessary, all of them, one of them, 2 of them, as you see fit. Now, the privacy-preserving CS0102, privacy-preserving and identity management technologies. This is an important topic because industrial data protection is important. Commercial confidentiality is important, not just our private data. And proposals should aim to address usability, scalability, and reliability of secure and privacy-preserving technology in their supply chains. Proposals should also consider integration with existing infrastructure and traditional security measures. Consortia should bring together interdisciplinary expertise and capacity, covering supply and demand side. We want to see more of the industry in this, service providers, and where relevant, the end users. Also, the proposal should aim to use authentication authorization infrastructure framework tools that are developed for data spaces. And last but not least, proposals should look into the identification and analysis of potential regulatory aspects and barriers for the developed technologies and solutions. Apologies, that was before. So CS0103, the security of robust AI systems. It's an open topic, as you can see, not a lot of expected outcomes. But this means that this is not in general AI for cybersecurity, but the security of the AI systems as a whole. So algorithm security and security by design concept, resilience to attacks, and other aspects. Now, the next 2 slides are a simple mention of what exists on the Funding and Tenders portal and what is the official information and the place to go to see what is current and up to date. Like I said, as you know, latest information, developments, requirements, eligibility criteria are mentioned, put on the Funding and Tenders portal on the respective topic page. Additional documents, which are the main work programs, the program guide, and other important information. Again, to close this, I take the opportunity to remind what I said at the beginning, that there is also the Digital Euro program, and its calls, and there will be an info day again on the 5th of July. I invite you to register and hear what we have to say. Thank you. I'm open to questions. Just if I can't provide you with an answer, please reach out to me in writing and I'll try to give you an answer as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dinos.
Yes, there are questions on the CS calls. So first one is about CS 0103, and someone is asking how should projects demonstrate awareness of the EU approach to the Artificial Intelligence Act? Should projects operationalize these acts in practice or highlight specifics? Do you want me to read all the questions, or you want to return?
So thank you for that. Where we are. Yes, so if you should project awareness, yes, this is something that we would like to have to see. But regarding specifically, this is up to you to decide. We are not going to, let's say, stay in the wording, but try to be as, if you can be as broad as possible, then I think this would be the best. But again, I invite you to read the topic conditions and the call document to see specifically what is needed and the keywords that will help you create and draft your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then there is another one that is very similar to this one, but I will read it for you in case you want to add something. Could you further elaborate on expected use of context awareness for CS 0103?
Unfortunately, I cannot. Yeah, go ahead.
If I can jump in here.
Yeah.
And this such a general at such a level of generality. What counts, what refers is the call text. Okay, we will not here now embark on kind of a long presentation of everything that is happening on AI right now. I mean, everybody knows that a lot is happening. So in policy and in regulatory terms, the Commission proposal for the AI Act, hopefully people are aware of this. This is the reference point. This was also actually prepared by kind of an expert group, kind of a white paper, for lack of a better word, on trustworthy AI. So that preceded the Commission proposal by 2 or 3 years. That's another important reference point. By the way, it's also a reference point for all the proposal when it comes to the use of AI in your proposals, regardless of the destination. So these are important reference points, and I think we can leave it here now for this.
Yes, and the link to this document, which is public, is in the slides, so you will find it when we share the slides with you. Another question on CS 0103, in relation to the statement, the identification and analysis of potential regulatory aspects, is it expected to focus on specific regulations?
No, it's not. It's not binding. No.
Okay, last question. CS 0101. In the call, what do you mean by privacy of individual components? As privacy normally relates to a person, not to components.
I think, so Christina, let's make a small break here because I think my colleague Miguel Gonzalez, also from the DG Connect team, is online and would like to come in.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Miguel, Mike. Miguel, hold on. We have to switch to the Teams. There's an intervention from Teams.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Miguel, now go ahead.
Okay, apologies for this. So just to say, because I saw there were several questions about regulation, regulatory framework. So as my colleague Dinos said, please read the call, but this is a kind of a general consideration that research, of course, as always, we're looking for state-of-the-art research, but this doesn't happen in a vacuum. I said it this morning in the introduction, research is part of an overall effort, cybersecurity in this case, that is made up of course, of funding, support, but also it takes place with other developments like, legislation, standardization, and so. So, be it on the purely specific aspect of cybersecurity regulation and legislation, or artificial intelligence for that matter, where there are also developments. I wouldn't say this is, of course, we're talking about research, but being aware of the overall of the context, legal context and policy context is, as always with cybersecurity and perhaps in other areas, relevant for these proposals. So please make the connection when you can. It might not be a must, but it's also it's always good to be aware of this other regulatory and policy aspects. So these would apply to cybersecurity, relevant cybersecurity legislation and policy, privacy, artificial intelligence, and others. Thank you.
You could. I hope you could hear it. Christina, can we go back to open questions? Hmm?
Okay. So in the call, we mentioned privacy of individual components, and the person is asking to clarify what we mean, as normally privacy is related to people, not to components. So this was the question.
I suppose this is about the integrity of kind of IoT devices or IoT components.
Most probably, yeah.
So yes. So integrity, but maybe this should be followed up in writing.
Or maybe privacy related to people coming from the use of individual components.
I think the best would be to send us in writing and we will look into it.
Yeah.
Because this is highly expert.
Absolutely. So I will share the question and we will reply separately, okay, to the people. Thank you. No more questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Dinos. Thank you, Christina. So with this, we've come to the end. Okay, there's a question from the floor. Ettore, can we still have a mic? The gentleman in the second row, center.
Okay. In the last expected outcome of CS0101, you mentioned secure infrastructure, etc., and then a security chain covering communication, data collection, etc. What exactly do you mean by security chain covering communication, and what type of communication are you referring to?
So I would be more or less talking about, the secure, for example, 5G, and also the security of telecommunications between devices, between also organizations and how they set up their systems and their networks. And so security chain would mean I would say how one entity talks to another entity, and ensuring that no information is lost or hacked in the process.
You mentioned secure 5G as well?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think this topic is also is about kind of complex systems, right? Where I understand security chain would be, kind of the security of the system as a whole, rather than only looking at, security of element or component by component. Okay, with this, I think we can conclude this long info day. I hope this was useful for you. Let me remind you first that tomorrow there is a brokerage event where there is more information provided to potential applicants or proposers about this, let's say the proposal preparation. And then there is a matchmaking or kind of brokerage event where you can expose your kind of interests and your kind of assets, and there can be kind of a little market matchmaking. So I hope you also, you make good use of this possibility offered for tomorrow. And then let me just repeat once more. For us, this info day was very important because we want to broaden the base of our stakeholder community and our proposers community. There is a good deal of competition already in this program, but competition makes everybody better. And so it's that we have this emphasis on including end users. We have an emphasis on SMEs. We have an emphasis on, let's say, balanced consortia. So for us, it's very important to encourage you to prepare innovative proposals, and also to include entities in your proposals which may not have been in our program before. And hopefully the event today was kind of a contribution to this. So, and then a great thanks to all the colleagues who have presented today and who have been working on preparing this event. And also thank you very much to the Seren 5 project, who have also been a big part of the organization. With that, thank you for your interest. I wish you a pleasant evening in Brussels, if you're here physically, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Goodbye.